Memorial.
Mass in the Westport Auto Recycling, BU Marine and Construction number 14, it's Richard Turpinning. On the outside of Richard out of Warren, Rhode Island, the number 65, it's Ron Lauro. Richard Blight starts in the third spot, he's out of Middletown, Rhode Island. 12 laps of distance, 9 cars to qualify for the feature event. Green flag is out and we are underway for the first event of the DAV Festival of Racing Weekend.
You see the 11 of Jerry Smith having a problem on the start of that Thunderbird as he brings it around slowly through 1 and 2.
Well, Turpinning with a good jump out front. Napier right behind Lauro drops back to third. Lieutenant Blight and Lenny McQuaid round out the top 5, and Lauro takes a bit to the high side around Sutcliffe.
Action in the back of the pack with Sylvia and Moulton trying to make it up through the front as the top 9 will go on to the feature event.
Well, Turpinning, Napier, and Lauro beginning to pull away from the rest of the field 3 wide down the front straightaway as Morrow in the 38 tries to get towards the front. He is in a qualified position right now, but it's not where he wants to be. He wants to be a little further up in the field. Behind him, he's got the 33 of Sylvia, Moulton, Betancourt, LaFour, Fuller.
Turpinning is in the 14th, still leading the event right now. Heavy pressure from Napier, who's sitting in second, with Lauro running third. Tight action in the back of the pack. It's 3 coming right now with the 13 leading for the 33, trying to make some headway. To the front, Bobby Betancourt, the number 21, putting some pressure on the 13 as he tries to move up to a qualifying spot so he doesn't have to run the consolation event. We have trouble in 3.
And there you go, Dave. You're right. That number 13 car was slowing the rest of the field down. He got sideways, collecting off the back of the pack. You can disconnect easier than me. Which one is going to
Now Rod dropping the lead underway. Turpinning and Napier bring him down as they go into 1. You got heavy pressure from Lauro in the 65 all over Turpinning. He gets to the low side of Napier. McQuaid in the 45 trying to take over the 4th spot from Blight in the 10, and it looks like he has done it. Sutcliffe gets into the door of Lauro coming out of the floor right there. Lawrence applies heavy pressure to the number 36 car. Moulton, the rookie in this division this year, going to the outside and making some headway.
Jimmy Lawrence in the 02 getting a little bit of sideways, recovering though, having a tough time. The back of the field is really collecting it. The 02 down on the inside of the 46. Rotundo in that 46 now. High on the outside, but Dave, once again, you see everybody bunching up as they hit the binders going into the turns.
Yeah, there's some heavy action in the back of the pack right now. Turpinning, though, is holding on up front as he's been pressured from Lauro. Well, Lauro has not been able to make it by.
Turpinning trying to hold on to Lauro all over the back of the 35 to try to get into that front spot. Look at Lauro on the high side. He's looking at the outside of McQuaid for that 4th position, and they've got a little bit of space between Moulton and Blight as they battle for position number 6.
James Lawrence, and the 02 making his way under the 10.
Kenny Colin now making a bid up towards that qualifying spot. That puts him into 9th with Robert Rotundo right on his back bumper into that 10th spot. The 10 of Blight pulling back just a little bit. White flag out this time by Turpinning, still out front. Lauro, Napier, your top 3, but here comes Morrow. He's got that outside crew hooked up, and he's looking forward to tomorrow's 25 lap feature event. He's up to 4th, looking for 3rd on the outside of Napier. Blight in the 10 having some problems on the front straightaway. Looks like he's going to coast back to the pits. Checkered flag is out this time by, and it looks like Richard Turpinning is going to take down the win. With the 65 of Lauro, Morrow just squeaking out 3rd. Napier, McQuaid, your top 5. Looks like Moulton, James Lawrence in the 0.
One of them is going to be Bobby Betancourt Jr. in the 21. He is 2nd in the point standings as we speak right now in the Street Stock Division. Rolling on to the Speedway now. It's the 2nd of 3 qualifying events for the Street Stock Division. Only 2 now?
Yeah.
On the pole for this heat in the Street Stock Division, it's the 31 car from Middleborough, Mass, Rich Clark Jr. On the outside of Rich. Sponsored by M. Flint & Sons, Luke's Bobcat Service, and sign up from Taunton, number 22, Paul Mealy. On the inside of the 2nd row, Lenny's Lounge, Auto Services Unlimited 5-star Pizza. From Attleboro, the 05 of Eddie Plant. On the outside of the 2nd row, Rhode Island, 83, Ernie Guglielmo. We've got green, we are racing. Rich Clark in the 31, in a trident position holding off the field, but he feels the pressure. You've got 116 of Sylvia on the outside. Now they fall into single file down the front straight.
The 03 Miles Pereira is having tons of problems with handling right now in the 03 cars. He's having a tough time falling back in the pack.
Just about 4 deep as they go down that back straight toward the mid field. Pete Rudder in the 41, a little bumpy there. Up high into turn 4. Meanwhile, your leaders right now, still Clark in the 31. Mealy in the 22, but it's Sylvia in the 116 looking high into turn 3.
The 71 of Jerry Digas-Barry having some problems going around off that second corner. That's going to bring out the first caution flag of this event, with the black flag just getting ready to go out with the 67 of Nancy Sherman.
And so Digas and Rich Clark still in the 31 on the inside, being challenged again from Sylvia in the 116. Sylvia started in 4th position. Up high goes Sylvia, down from the apex of the turn, looking for the inside line. Not quite on the inside, but he certainly has enough muscle. And Sylvia takes the lead. A battle raging now for 3rd place. On the outside is the 05. Eddie Plant trying to get inside.
We've seen some real good close racing action in both of these 2 street stock heats today. Right now we have a good battle for the rest of the field back of Sylvia. They're very bunched up.
Well, Rusty Bryant trying to make his way into a qualifying spot since 10th. And now just works into the 9th spot on the field. He's into a qualifying spot. He spent a lot of the year coming through the consolation round to get into the feature event, but that has not slowed him down one bit.
And 3 wide down the back straight. Something's got to give, and it does. Sideways into turn 4. Goes the 05 of Eddie Plant. He recovers, losing some ground, and the gap widens between 3rd and 4th.
As the 05 of Blake continues to slide backwards right now, as you can see the 00 of Weston and Smocky in the 96 look like they have bumper locks. Go up with each other, they shake each other free.
Well, they do get 3 on their own. They are still racing competitively and side by side. Weston now pulls back in behind the 96.
Champion, and boy does he look hungry for another win this weekend. That car is just on rails today as he's making his way from deep in the pack up into the top 3.
Well, he's just moved his way into 2nd by Richard Clark, but he's got a long way ahead of him to catch the 116 of Sylvia, and this time by there's only 2 laps remaining.
Sylvia doing a fine job with that automobile in this 2nd street stock heat.
Tetro following Brian on the outside, moves into that 3rd spot, but still a lot of room between him and the top 2. White flag out this time by Sylvia, your leader. 2nd is Brian, 3rd, the 62 of Tetro.
Right now, Gene Wesley, the 00, sits on the bubble as Jerry Digas-Barry, the 71, tries to take the last qualifying spot away. The checkered flag is waving this time by.
There it is, Jimmy Sylvia. It's the 08 and the 62, 1, 2, 3, as you see it, for the final qualifying spot. Kevin, did you get an eye on that?
It looks like
a whole lot of racing, and of course the most spectacular fireworks display you'll see in all of southern New England tomorrow evening.
Well, out on the track right now, it's the touring division. It's the Pro 4 Modifieds. They make their home track at the Agawam, Mass location of Riverside Park Speedway. 2nd time here this year. It's starting on the pole. Gives them the green, and we're off racing. The 12 of the Roche gets a good jump over the 16 of Acela. But Acela grabs the bottom line and tries to take the lead back. Here he is, George Sabre, making his way to the front very, very early in this Pro 4 Modified race. Just look at all those wins on the side of his car when he goes by, those stickers on the right rear pillar. That you know how many victories that man has in the Pro 4 Modified. Probably over just last year and a half, too. He's a new body to get some more wins on that car.
Well, he is flying here tonight at Seekonk Speedway. Absolutely loves this track. This is one of his favorite tracks to run at. Has many, many wins here in a Pro 4 Modified and also in a full-fledged Modified. He's run here many years ago.
Mike Casey had number 8 guy, has been running here for years. He ran back in 85, it was 85 when 86 was running modified to left this track. Richie Murray was the track champion that year. And Casey, I believe, finished runner-up. So he's been going in a while, and he's got some knowledge with Off Harrington as his chassis man. Savory makes a dominating move to the inside as he looks for the front position.
Well, Savory into second, right behind the 12 of DeRozier. Heavy pressure. Takes a look underneath 3 and 4. Just a little bit of contact. A little slideways off the corner, but he takes down the lead. Casey trying to follow him right through.
Right now it is Savory. Casey goes to the inside of Marcel on this side of Marcel, and then it's DeRozier in fourth. Then Kanaka back in the 54, running in fifth. Pro 4 modifies. These guys put on a good show. I would love to get into one someday and get a few laps out there.
Well, 2 laps to go this time by Savory, a commanding lead over the 8 of Mike Casey, the 12 of DeRozier, 54 of Kanaka, now getting by the 12 of DeRozier for that 4th spot.
Kenny Isobel waving the white flag. 1 more to go in this first of 2 Pro 4 modified each. Savory with a commanding lead right now over the 8 of Casey. It's followed by Osella, Kanaka, and DeRozier hanging on to the top 5. Your winner of the first heat, the 21, a well-known man to this speedway, and the...
Is Eddie here today?
The Pro Stocks here. I don't know if he's there with a minute.
Oh, Pro 4 is rolling out for their second heat event. This is the way they're scheduled to go on the pole. Out of Charlton City, Mass, on the DuBois Motorsports number 75, the Toyota-powered Cavalier, it's Dick Dubois. Outside of Dick, out of Monson, Massachusetts, the Ford-powered... Bring him down to 24, right on the outside, Ken Gordon, and green flag is out, we're underway. And George Ruff with a quick move to the front as he battles Dubois in that 75 down the back straightaway. Right behind them, the 25 of Gary Casella sits in 3rd spot, but here comes Smith in that number 2.
Another guy to watch in this Pro 4 division, that number 13 of Sherman. He's got that car working well, and he's trying to get by the 24 right now, and under the 72 to get into the top 5. Nice move on the bottom.
Well, Ruff takes over the lead. Dubois, the 25 is absolutely fine. Casella up into 2nd spot. Smith in 3rd. Dubois back to 4th. For the 13 of Sherman 5th, but here comes Oliak up to 6th spot and looks for 5th underneath Sherman off that 4th corner.
Good battle in front right now. Casella in that 25 is taking the high road around Ruff in the 30, and Smith looks to the inside.
Well, a lot of respect between these drivers. They're open wheel cars, which means these cars can hit and fly, literally. Both one of those tires. That 25, though, of Gary Casella is absolutely flying. He's out front. Smith up to 2nd. Here comes Oliak up to 4th with Ruff in 3rd at the halfway point.
And Sherman in that 13 trying to get into the 4th position. He dives low under Ruff as he moves up into the 4th position. Now Eddie with another nice move underneath Smith is the number 21 X guy. Car is sponsored by Hyperstop Roofing. You'll see that name on a few vehicles this week. Eddie's sponsoring Eddie's ventures into the Pro 4 modifieds and the Pro Stocks. And of course, he is on the outlaw Jim McCallum's car.
Well, Oliak 2nd, Smith, the 13 of Sherman is 4th. And look at Ruff's got a problem on the back straightaway. He's slow. That's going to put Dubois back up into the top 5 with just 2 laps remaining. Casella way out front with 1 to go. 2nd is Oliak. 3rd is a battle between Sherman and Smith as they go side by side into turns 1 and 2. Out front all along. It's going to be the 25 with no problems taking down the win. It's going to be Gary Casella. Oliak is 2nd. Smith, Sherman coming around on the top 4. And it looks like the 72 of Sylvia Grundon has moved up into that 5th spot with the boys and Chet. He's in.
Hailing from Coventry, Rhode Island, in the Colony 4 Trucks Rhode Island Ambulance, number 15, give a big wave to Kenny Banford. Outside of Kenny, hailing from Westport, Mass, in the Manchester Racing Engines, BOC Gases, Hutchins & Sons Enterprises, Rainbow Rentals, number 95 is Billy, Manchester. Next up in the Ford, out of Attleboro, in the PM Motorsports, Johnny Mac Sports Bar, Silver Brothers Towing, number 6 for Ken Colvin, outside of Ken. from a Sonnet in the Bristol County Modular Homes. Precision Auto Body, quality coach sales for Dean Petty. Next up from action, this time by Bamford brings them down with Manchester on the front row. The green is out.
We saw Kenny Coleman trying to get by the 15 on the inside down the front stretch. Tries it again down back straightaway, makes it stick this time. As Manchester get it, it's extremely slideways down the back straightaway. A lot of tagging here as Bamford having a little bit of penalty problem back there. Everybody behind him trying to jack up.
Glenn Lawton in the 70 moving up on the bumper of Goodrow right now into the top 5. Starting in the 7th position. Glenn is up into 5th. Scotty is showing that 45, trying to make his way up from the back of the back. He's trailing Angelo D'Amelia right now. Your leader, though, is the 6 of Ken Colvin.
Manchester back on the high side of Goodrow, down into 1 and 2. As he tries to work his way back up towards the front, as he battles for that 3rd position. Right in front of them, McKinney Bamford behind. It's Glenn Lawton, the number 70.
It's Colvin, Bamford, Goodrow, Manchester, and Lawton goes top 5. Plenty of pressure still behind them is Petty in the 57 and the rookie Serendinsky in the 22. Apply the pressure to Lawton.
Serendinsky seems to have that high line going well for him. He's gotten by several cars, including Tom Scully in the 17, Petty in the 57. Now sets his sights out on the outside of the 71 and looks at that working as well.
Yo, 2 of Hudson slows at the top of turn 3 and 4. He'll be bringing that car into the pits. It's halfway. This time by is the 34 looking for some daylight up to 15. Trying to make his own daylight. Gets into the left rear of Kenny Bamford. They all get together and keep going. And everything's so far so fine. Colvin, though, is pulling away in that number 6 Ford as he continues to lead this first of 2 Sportsman 8. Bamford a little sideways coming out of 2. Oh, it's Corey and Gannon and Scully get together. Scully goes in hard. Gannon stopped on the back chute also. Some heavy damage, it looks like, to Scully's car. Right now, all I can see is cars back. The green is out. We're back to live racing action in this first of 2. Sportsman is Colvin with another good jump. Continues to lead this event and pulls away from everyone. Tom Scully looking like he has some tough problems on that number 7 car. He's definitely going to have to go into the consolation event as he's going to do a slow down up in turn 2. Looks like he's going to come to a complete stop right out of turn 2. The yellow is back out for the badly damaged number 7 of Tom Scully.
Well, that's a tough break for Tom, going through the consolation round. A lot of good cars, unfortunately, tend to have to come through there.
The green is back out. Colvin with another good jump this time as the 31 of Goodrow now is on the outside along with Lawton. Bamford is down to the inside. Colvin, though, just continues to pull away from the field as the 31 of Goodrow seems to be having a little tough time catching up with the 6 car right now. Bamford stays to the low side as him and Goodrow swap 8 once again.
Well, deep in the pack, you see the 45 of Estrella making some contact with the 21 of Corey Boudreau. As this time by, there's just 2 laps remaining. A lot of action deep in the field. Colvin out front, the 15 of Bamford, and the 31 of Goodrow side by side for that 2nd spot. 4th is the 95 of Billy Manchester. 5th, it's a good battle between Serendinsky and Lawton with just 1 remaining.
You can see the high side doesn't mean the place to be in this early sportsman qualifying event. Although Lawton gets a good jump coming off of 2. Your leader, though, and your winner of the first Sportsman E is Ken Colvin, followed by Goodrow, Bamford, Manchester, Lawton, and then Serendinsky. Your winner, driving the number for the Sportsman.
Well, the Sportsmen will be running an extra distance race tomorrow. They'll be running their 2nd 50-lapper, and if you were on hand for the first one, what a spectacular race that ended up being. A little problem at the beginning, but after they got by lap 20, a spectacular race all the way through it. The 45 of Scott Estrella taking down the win and pretty much solidifying his 96 championship. On the track now, the 2nd of 2 Sportsman Heat events. This is the way they're going to go. On the pole out of East Bridgewater, Mass. In the Century Auto Sales 00, that's Home and Opus Kitchen, number 24, it's Mike Blackmore. In the Mac Enterprises Speedway Cafe, number 12 of Jimmy Hazard rounds out the field. The 2 of Titus with a good jump. Bibber, McGee into that 2nd spot. Becker drops back to 3rd with Willis and Spencer rounding out the top 5.
Well, see, this is double 0. Becker had a tough go on the initial start and dropped back as 2 of Titus in. Fibber got right by, and those two are running up front, neck and neck right now. Becker close to the door, though, and catches up to the rear bumper of the 10 car of McGee.
And right behind him, he's got the 55 of Willis. Top four trying to pull away from the rest of the field, but Kenny Spencer trying to hold on to the back of that lead pack. Glenn Young, the number 99, moves up into the 6th spot. He loves these entry races. And it was last year's DAV Memorial 50-lap Sportsman winner. Wants to make it 2 in a row to the Mansfield crew.
Well, Willis looking pretty strong on the outside right now. He's the only one to the outside contending with the front runners. Trying to take over second right now. Fibber looking to get around the 2 of Titus.
Well, digging the back, Rob Murray had some problems on the initial start, dropped back a few spots, but now works the high side of Ron Reed and looking to the outside of LaBelle. He's trying to get that 0-8 hooked up.
Willis making a strong move coming out of 2 is door-to-door with 2 of Titus. This time by is halfway.
But Titus has been able to hold on with the first 6 laps. But now he's got Willis to contend with on the high side and McGee right on his back bumper. Look at Young in the number 99 working the outside. He's got by Spencer. Now sets his sights on the 0-0. Tends to be a little sideways off the corner.
Yeah, Becker looks a little loose coming out of 4 right now, Kevin. You are right. The 55 and the 2 are putting on one heck of a battle up front.
Well, Willis trying to take over the lead in this second Sportsman heat event, but he's got Titus to contend with. Titus does not want to give up that front spot for this heat. Fibber McGee trying to hold on, looking for a hole, high, low, or otherwise. Working his way to the front. Young has gotten by the 86 of LaBelle. LaBelle's lost a couple of spots, and Spencer and Leclerc has gone by with 2 laps to go. Young now looks to the outside of Becker, but he's got last year's champion, Bobby Leclerc, right on his back bumper.
Once again, that 42 car is still up for sale as Bobby Leclerc is toying with the idea of moving up next year to the row stops. Once to go, this time by, and Titus is still holding on to the lead with Willis in the 55 on the outside, and Fibber McGee in the number 10 car on the low side running 3rd. Young is up the 4th, the checker is waving.
Well, Titus, Willis, and McGee is out the race. Young 4th, your top 5, that's going to be Mike Becker rounding out.
He's the Charger division. Next in line, the 11th starting spot, driver the number 20, Joe Wolf Sr., the Joey Buttafusco National. Nitschke Hiscock on the gas. Down into turn number 1. Jim Nitschke, the Candyman of the Orient, New York, now side by side. Whoa, getting way out of shape. So is Hiscock Jr. backs it around off of turn number 2. The field scatters. He is still idle on the back stretch out of turn 2. The field thunders down as they await. He is under his own power. Starting to go away. The field coming by and the yellow is out. Man.
Well, that's a tough break.
Turn number 4. Here comes the field legend cars. Whoa, good start once again from Jimmy Micta. As they get close to 3 wide going down through turn 1 and 2, but on the move, the number 98, Danny McNamara, with the power, making the move, taking away first place. Fighting back on the high side, Jimmy Micta, nothing doing. Here comes the 98, like Danny McNamara. Keeping that Legends car low line all the way around the Seekonk Speedway. Right behind him, the 76 machine, Frank Manifold out of East Hampton, Connecticut, trying to make the moves on the high side, tucks it in down. Whoa, a little bit of a bobble on the turn 4, loses some momentum to McNamara. Number 1 machine of Jimmy Micta falls back down in the 3rd spot. Coming on strong, the 10X of Frank Geitzia, Glenhead, New York. Making the move, had some problems off the turn corner south. Now the 15X machine of John Bagshaw is hanging tough up there in 5th spot. Here comes the number 10 underneath. No sirree, puts the power on. Jimmy Micta has some power in that Legends car. All off the 10 machine of Brent Mondesi. Now, come up on turn number 2, folks. We've got ourselves a good battle. Heating up the number 98. Danny McNamara holding off Manafort. And the 76 for 1 and 2. Good battle heating up now for that 4th spot. Once again, the number 10 machine of Frank Mondesi holding that bottom line while the 15X machine makes the move. James Bay Ram Jr. putting the pressure on the high side while Jimmy Micta is trying to position in the back of the pack. And that goes number 10 machine, Frank Gardesi in the Allstate Interiors demolition machine out of Glen Head, New York, folks. There's an awful lot of action about these legend cars, but here comes your race winner, the number 98 machine of Danny McNamara from Waterville, New York, followed by the 76 of Manafort, and it looked to be the 10 machine of Frank Gardesi. Yeah, they said, here's the lineups for the heat races, so I'm burning through them, boy. And then they're like, Ken, that's the third heat race you're reading. Thank you.
This is the second one if you want to verify.
I've got this one here, I'm all set.
A lot of action in the legend.
Only the experience of the drivers. The cars are all basically the same, except there are coupes and sedans. Now, usually the sedans are fitting the larger drivers just a little bit easier than some of the coupes. I myself can't even get into one of the coupes. But one of the sedans with what they call a tall man's kit is easily applied to somebody who's a little bit bigger. Now, let's take and make sure we have the qualifying heats. Joe Bates in the semi-pro division is number 1 in points coming into this weekend's event. Green flag, here we go. Side by side down through turns 1 and 2 down the backstretch. Red car holds off the 7. He gets way high up in turn number 3. Loses some momentum. Now he gets it down below. Has a little bit of a bobble. 3 wide now the front straightaway. Keep your eye on that 25 machine out front. Freddie Card holding off. Here comes Casey with the charge on the bottom. And then the R1 machine of Greg Rochler making the moves up on the high side of Casey. Casey and Rochler do battle for that 3rd spot after strike. Freddie Card to 25. And then we have the 7 Hampshire Joe Bates, the points leader in his division, ladies and gentlemen. Down the back, straightaway, taken away first goes Bates. Put Fred Card back to 2nd. They bump nose to tail in turns 3 and 4. Now a good racing up front, folks. 4 cars running away from the field. It's anybody. Whoa, little tap in the back. The 25 of Fred Card does a little dance over in turn number 2 as he got into the back of the 7 Hampshire Joe Bates, and he got the tail into that deal. Yellow to knock him out on that lap, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Check it out from the field. The 7 Hampshire Joe Bates, the FW Wickman construction machine out of Allstate, New Hampshire. Here comes the number 2 machine of Bruce Harrison. Bruce Harrison teaches a lot of these drivers how to race and rents Legends cars. And he is making moves towards the front. He's keeping that number 2 machine, the Harrison Motorsports Legend Metal car, from Northville Wicked downtown on the bottom, and he makes it work for him. Look at him slide that number 2. Looks like he's on a dirt track coming up in turn number 4. Down the front stretch, into turn number 1. He picks off the 31 of David Casey. Casey feeling the pressure of Harrison up high. Now the number 2 machine is starting to reel in Frank Rochler. White flag is being displayed. Here we go, folks. Now we got a good race heat up. He gets around Rochler like nothing. Here we go, folks. He's reeling in that R1 machine. Frank Rochler, he's trying to bring it in. Down the back straightaway, off of turn number 4. The 7, the Hampshire of Joe Bates takes the white flag. Now here comes Rochler into turn 1. Harrison on his backside, reeling him in. Let's see if we can make the move to pick up some of that real estate. Oh, Harrison has a bobble, lost some momentum. But now at the stripe, your race leader, Joe Bates, in the number 7. 2nd spot looks to go to the R1 of Craig Rochler and the number 2 machine of Bruce Harrison, followed by the 31 of David Casey.
And David Rissatelli just over the start-finish line, got that car crossed up.
Palmer in the 76X. All right, folks, here we go. Green flag. Side by side, they touch just after the stripe. Jay Palmer down on the bottom made some contact with Peter Valeri, and they stretch it out. Now keep your eye on Palmer. He is making the moves, checking out from the field. On in tow, Peter Valeri from Warren, Massachusetts. The kit driver of the Berlin machine in front of him. As the cars are 3 and 4 wide, settling down, going across turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, mid-pack, the 99 of York and Byron Chu, making the moves work for him up on the outside. Passing cars. All right, the front cars now, ladies and gentlemen, starting to stretch out back to 5th spot, single file. The 33 is in 6th, and here we go. That's Mark Ebert. Now here comes that 99, Byron Chu. We're talking about him. He's making his way up to the front, folks, in a Mercury. He started in 10th spot, and now he has moved himself up to the 6th position. Here we go, folks. The field is now 3 wide, going down into turn number 3 and 4. Sitting in the middle of that sandwich, let's see who we got. It's the 23 machine. Sean Buffington. John Buffington trying to maintain second point in the semi-pro division. Here comes the 75 car of Justin Manafort. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 14 machine out playing for the They're doing a great job while holding down the spots. Here we are once this is started to heat up as the pros, the semi-pros, and that team, along with the Chargers, are all racing here at Seekonk Speedway. Now up front, off the turn number 1, and keep your eye on the front here. The 76 of Jay Palmer from Mercury, Connecticut. Palmer closing on the leader on field to Larry. The Larry construction machine from Rural, Massachusetts. Now here comes Manafort on the outside of the 3D machine. Kim Stafford put down a spot. Here comes the 23 as well. That's Sean Buffington. The 23S puts down the 3D of Kim Stafford one more time. They're going backwards here. And here comes that back on the wire and Chew. Chew is just chewing up the competition on this track today. Here we go. After stripe, the 76 machine of Jay Palmer with a double zero. Peter Larry. These guys are on their own race. Looks like they're up for a nice Saturday afternoon race. Nice cruising around Seekonk Speedway, enjoying this gorgeous fall weather. And making the moves right now, the number 99 machine on the outside. Once again, white flag is up. Fire and Chew puts down Stafford. The middle Stafford fights back in turn number 1 on the bottom. That is the shortest race around Seekonk Speedway. And getting the job done, Fire and Chew, folks. And here comes your race winner, the 76X of Jay Palmer and Peter Larry, followed by the 75 of Manafort. And the 23 machine, of course, this is all unofficially of Sean Buffington. Then the 99 New York.
Kevin tricked you there, folks. Thought he was taking it over, but it's me. I'm back on the mic here. And the TD4s are out for their qualifying heat. Get ready for their feature tomorrow. Starting on the pole, hailing from Warwick, Rhode Island, in the R&R machine, Allendale Auto Body number 2 for Tom Kiefer, outside of Tom. In the newly painted number 3 from Seekonk in the 133 Club and Restaurant Sunrise Collision, Wood Service Station number 3 for Jeff Carter. Outside, inside of the second row, starting in truck champion for Turk Gumbay. And starting last in the number 66 is Richard Moss. The green is out and Kiefer takes the lead. It's Kiefer, Carter, Clocky, Butts, and Kenny Casper making his way to the front in the number 28. Butts looks to the inside of Carter, puts the 63 Toyota below and takes over the position from Jeff Carter. Kiefer is your leader. Billy Clark is running second. Butts up to third. Carter fourth. Casper on the outside in fifth. Ray Sulia now in the Rainbow Warrior, making his way to the front on the low side behind Robin Sloan. Joe LeMay in the 17 on the outside of Sulia. Kiefer continues to lead this event. Michael Butts having a real strong run today in this qualifying event. Seems to have that Toyota hooked up. Clocky regains second from him, and Kenny Casper tries to take over fourth in the number 28.
Well, Clark trying to hold on to the high side of Kiefer as he looks through the heat win. Butts right there in the third spot, and that beautiful number 3 paint job. Jeff Carter in that fourth spot with Robin Sloan coming through for fifth on the inside, but Casper running back on the outside as they battle for that spot.
Kenny just wants to get this truck in one piece and on the trailer tonight as he can make the big race tomorrow and try to bring home his championship. He has a 20-point lead over his best friend and business partner, the number 24 of Ray Sulia. Your leader is still the 2 of Tom Kiefer with Billy Clark working the high side and Bucks on the low side of the 63 Toyota.
Well, Joe LeMay in that number 17 trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway between the business partners. As Casper falters just a little bit, drops back a few spots. Sulia gets by, LeMay gets by in the 17, and Bob Stockton with the number 52 getting by.
Your leader is Kiefer with Billy Clark to the high side. Robin Sloan was to the inside of Mike Butts in the 63. Sloan is now taking over the third spot. The Rainbow Warrior, Ray Sulia, trying to work his magic on the high side. Watch Bobby Stockel, the fill-in driver for Dave Darling this weekend, in the number 52, brings that truck up into the 4th position. Bobby Stockel, a former track champion here at Seekonk Speedway in the old Charger division, which is now known as the Sportsman class. Bobby Stockel running in 4th for number 52. Kiefer still your leader with Billy Clark holding on to second, Sloan third, Stockel fourth, and Joey LeMay in the 17, rounding out your top 5.
Well, Clark trying to hold on to the outside, losing some ground to keeper. That allows Sloan and Stockel to get on his back front with Sloan looking down low down the back straightaway for that second spot with Stockel right on her back bumper.
Ray Celia had a little trouble coming out of 2 there. They had the truck a little sideways, collected it back up, and McKinney are now battling towards the back of the pack. They just want to qualify or move on to tomorrow's feature event. Tom Keefer doing a magnificent job this afternoon. We have trouble on the backstretch. Jeff Carter and the 63 of Bucks make contact.
The both trucks keep going. Looks like we're going to stay in the lead, but Carter's trying to get that truck in the pits, as does the 13 of Billy Flynn. And that's going to bring out the first caution. Is it looks like everybody got a little bit of confused down there in that third.
On the outside, the green is waving. Keefer gets out to a jump. 13 of Billy Flynn has made his way back onto the speedway. Hookless, but he's out there. Keefer continues to hold on to the lead in the number 2 beautifully prepared Ford truck. Then it's Clocky and Sloan. We have all Fords at the front.
That Ford Street top 3, but Bob Stock on the number 52 is your first Chevrolet in line. And it's the 63 of Mike Butts goes around again off the second corner. Rolls that truck into the infield. And we do Santa Fe's got that truck pretty fired and rolling. But it looks like the 3 of Carter has some problems again as well.
Well, Robin Sloan looking for some daylight on the inside of Tom Keefer. Keefer is doing a magnificent job though today in that number 2, holding off all of his competitors. Sloan having a great run, bringing her number 4 truck from the 6th position up to 2nd right now. She slams the door underneath Billy Flock, trying to take over the 2nd spot. Flocky is hung out on the high side with Bobby Stock and Joey LeMay in the 17 to the inside. 1 to go for the rookie Tom Keefer in that R&R machine, Allendale Auto Body. Beautifully prepared number 2. Sloan using the bumper, trying to get her a little edge coming off of 2. She wants to take the win down of this qualifying heat.
Well, so does Billy Clark, as he works the high side of Keefer coming up with a checker and just edges him out. A great run on the last lap.
Good racing action here this afternoon. Continues to carry through now in the truck division. That completes their qualifying event for the trucks. And of course, folks, coming up,
it's Rich Caparco. 3rd on the field out of Westport, Mass. In the Newport Highlight, DJ Equipment, Lemonster, Lincoln Mercury, number 48. It's Flying Freddie Estelle outside of Fred out of Cranston, Rhode Island. In the first line, Speed Equipment, Metals, Recycling, Cars, Kids, number 12. It's Bobby Bellin. Starting 5th out of Somerset, Mass. Eric Martin Zingali out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Lens Full Service, number 42. And Matt Dewey of the McLaughlin Automotive Spinney's Auto Service, 02 out on the field. And we are under green with Chad Chase out front. Chase out front, Freddie in, all over the back bumper, looking for room by Caparco holding on the high side as he works it, sideways, all by himself into turn 1 and 2, and that opens the door for Estelle, and what a move he made to the outside.
Freddie looking real strong in the early goings of this heat race, but now he's on the outside, having a tough time right now, trying to get him out. The Barris Insurance Group of 46, piloted by Chad Chase.
Well, only 7 cars to qualify, a lot of guys, good cars in this heat event. Only a couple of outsiders in this one. Zingali is one of them. Other than that, it's pretty much the C-Mount regular group. And Estelle, your new leader, Chase back to 2nd. And Morrow and Sandler get together up at turn number 2. Those 2 cars, the back bumper off of Morrow's car, that's going to bring out the first portion of the event.
Yeah, the rear panel's going right off the number 56 car, piloted by Doug.
Rodriguez looking him over. It looks like Estelle's got a good jump on this one. Takes the top spot. Chase loose on the set. That allows the 0-0 of Caparco to get underneath the Norm Holden right behind him with Hutchins running out the top 5. Cavallero's moved up to 6th, but here comes Johnny Tripp in the number 88. That is your 2nd place points car, actually tied for the championship in 1996. Estelle opens up a big lead over the rest of the field. Caparco into 2nd.
Real strong in his Seekonk car tonight. He had a 3rd place finish at Thompson in the 150 on Wednesday night. Chad Chase is going to give him credit. That guy is a very sore man this afternoon. Piloting the number 46 car. He had a bad crash after a heck of a run going in his own number 9 Thompson car this past Wednesday night.
Anarumo trying to get by Cavallero midfield. Anarumo was very sideways, hooked the gun of that car a little bit loose. As he drops the car left behind, Cavallero sits 7th on the field.
Chad falls back another spot in the Barris Insurance number 46 and
black flag coming out this time by. We'll try to get a look at who's it coming. That's to the number 6. You can see a lot of liquid coming from the right rear of that automobile. Looks like that might be the overflow can. A little water getting on the track, and that's going to bring out the second portion of this event.
That's exactly what it looks like, Kevin. You can see it spitting out right behind the right rear of the number 6.
Green flag is out, and Estelle with another good jump. That's going to put Johnny Tripp on the inside of Camargo for that second spot. He's got that 88 hooked. That is a car Bobby Tripp drove to second place in points in 1996, and pretty much only by a win, because those two cars did tie for the championship.
I guess it really doesn't matter what Tripp you put in that car, but boy, can they get him around this speedway.
Well, Tripp up to second, Camargo chase, and look at Cavallaro on the outside of Hutchins looking for that fifth spot. Hutchins down low, and what a world of experience he's gained in 1996. Started out as never driven a stock car before, went to racing school, and ended up the season taking down his first victory of the season.
Well, Vinny right now is on the bubble in the number 10 car. Just as I say that, him and Cavallaro have contact. Cavallaro is now on the bubble, and his bubble looks like it is just bursting, because here comes Hooley, and Dewey is right on Hooley's back bubble. All of you guys trying to take these final qualifying spots instead of going to Wisconsin.
Well, Dick Houlihan has had problems in the past here at the DAV Memorial. Last year had to take a provisional spot, as he did last weekend up at Lee, but ended up 6th. So not a bad turnaround for that crew. And he with the same car, but it looks like today he's in a qualified spot with just 2 laps to go.
What a run Johnny Tripp is having in the number 88. With 2 to go, he is knocking on Freddie's door, but Freddie doing a dynamite job holding the veteran off. Johnny looks to the low side once again. Freddie shuts the door.
The white flag is out this time by 2 former track champions here at Seekonk Speedway, running from one hand to Freddie Estelle and Johnny Tripp. Tripp making a little bit down low down the back straightaway into 3. Freddie shuts the door through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is out. Here we come. And Estelle's going to take down the win with Trippy, the Parco, the 46, 96, 10, and 1, your top 7 cars. So there you have it, heat number.
Today's action. I'd like to thank Crazy Kalaki Speed Equipment, located at 462 Winthrop Street, which is Route 44 in Rehoboth, and also Johnny Mercury Photo Service, located at the base of the tower here. He's been the photographer of the Speedway for the past 32 years. That's Johnny Mercury. Rolling on to the Speedway now is the second of 3 Pro Stock qualifying events. Are they sold out yet? I want one of those. Who has them?
I'll tell you later.
Right. Starting on the pole in this second of 3 qualifying events, hailing from Providence, Rhode Island, a former competitor in the sportsman division here at Seekonk, in the Pellins Towing Bowling Green Tavern, Styles Unlimited, number 43 for Ken Cola Jr. Outside of Ken Cola, hailing from Middleborough in the Tow Connection, More Performance Racing Engine, number 44 for Racing Bodies, number 30 for Mike Mola. Dan Gamache starts 11th in the main leading show, number 27 outside of Danny is David Sylvia in the number 0. Rob Murray makes his first on the Pro Stocks here at Seekonk in the Paul's Copycat, number 80X, and rounding out the field is Wayne Dina in the Smapco Race Chassis Manchester Racing Engines, number 99. Your leader is Kenny Cola. Lenny Ellis running second, Rosenfield third, Rose fourth, and Henshaw is fifth.
Well, a great way to return to Seekonk Speedway on the pro side, leading your heat event after the first couple of laps. But he's got Lenny Ellis all over the back bumper to the outside. Ellis trying to take over the lead with the 44 of Rosenfield rounding out the top 3 cars.
Top 7 moves to the feature. The other have to go through the consolation events. Lenny Ellis goes to the high side, looking for the lead, coming around on a 4. He's got his car in front of the 43 of Cola. Your new leader is the 41 of Lenny Ellis. Followed by Cola, Rosenfield, Charlie Rose. Oh, Henshaw gets all sideways in his number 30X. Mine making a move to the front, him and Gahan battling side by side.
Well, that battle is for the 7th and final qualifying spot. Bobby Gahan, your 1996 Star Speedway champion, and Radical Rick Martin, your 1996 Seekonk Speedway champion, battling side by side.
There's a battle of champions going on. Bobby Gahan is also runner-up and the Lee USA Speedway this year in the Pro Stock standings. Lenny Ellis is your leader with Kenny Cola, Rosenfield, Rose, and Rigo, your top 5.
Well, Gahan with a good jump on the outside gets by Henshaw. Henshaw is back to 7th now with Martin moving by on the outside, and and Mike Bowler in the number 30 trying to work his way by as well.
Rick Martin now sits on the bubble with number 14, Mike Bowler, the racing engine. Australia's trucking no stock. Lenny Ellis, though, continuing to hold his lead, this time by. They're halfway to completion of this second no stock heat.
Cola looking extremely well. That was Wayne Dion's 1995, 94, 93 car, and that car can still get around Seekonk Speedway.
We're going to give it to the crew of the 43 car, because I was here last Saturday at the practice session, and their car had a terrible push. They seem to straighten out that problem. Kenny's holding his own, doing kind of my job, holding on to the second spot right now.
Well, Charlie Rose making a bit to the outside of the 44 Rosenfield for that third qualifying spot. Rose, the first time he's been here in about 4 years, trying to work his way towards the front behind him. Rigo and Martin side by side for that fifth spot.
Rose and Rosenfield have had their hands on plenty of battles on the racetrack. They have raced in the past few years at the Star Speedway and Thompson Speedway. Rose doing a fine job right now on the outside, working Rosenfield over. The yellow is out. We have trouble with Gamache in the 27 and Mike Bowler in the number 30.
So it's a great battle for that seventh spot. George Rigo, Rick Martin.
Working him over in that Manchester Racing Engines, VOC Gases number 41. Ellis with a beautiful jump, along with Rosenfield. Martin. Rose gets hung out to dry behind Cola. Cola dives to 43 back in the fourth. Lenny has problems. Lenny is slowed on the back chute. Tough break. It looks like something broke in the left front of that car.
Well, that is a big tough break. Wayne Dion got into the back of somebody. Danny Gamache has gone around the zero, has gone around, but a tough break for your leader, Lenny Ellis, as something did break in the front end. You can see the wheels shaking on that car as they
real
went by.
Tough. Sorry, Kevin, a real tough break for Lenny Ellis. Was having a fine run, and you can see it as he was coming down the back. 3 out of 4. Cola gets the green, gets the jump, gets the lead.
Next yellow, please announce now the time to get you the thing. You can announce the next thing. You know, the prizes.
Okay.
The thing. Just tell them to come get their thing.
Cola's still leading this race, but watch the radical one. He is on the move on the outside.
Omar's got that number 14 Camaro hooked beautifully. He looks to the outside of Cola and across the line just gets right by him into that front spot. That puts Rosenfield back to third spot. Rose, the 64 of Rigo, and what a battle we got for the seventh spot as the 27 of Gamache, the 30 of Henshaw, and the 80 of Rob Murray battling for that seventh spot.
Right, a good battle for the last position. Charlie Rose and Rosenfield have been battling all afternoon too, putting on a good show. Rick Martin, he seems the dominant one. He was in practice last week. He showed it again today. That number 14 car at Jersey, he hit him up on the speedway. He's your track champion. He's your leader with 1 to go. It's Martin, Cole, Rosenfield. Rose, Rigo in your hand. Rick Martin has a comfortable lead this time as he comes out of ball. He's looking for that black and white flag. There it is. It's Martin, Cole, Rosenfield, Rose, Rigo, good hand, and Gamache. That's your top 7. They're going to the feature, looks like. Here at the closing of the 51st season of racing.
Well, that was a tough break for Todd Henshaw. Sat 7th with just 2 laps remaining.
They told you to do it now.
And ending up 8th as Danny Gamache got by him in the last lap. Coming out now is the 3rd Street Stock Heat event. And before we get going with this, now is the time to stop by the program booth and pick up your lucky prize. Today's lucky sticker is a black cat. And that's located on your Cisco's performance page, located in your program. You can be the winner of a $25 gift certificate to the Villa Restaurant in South Attleboro, a free 6-inch sub or sandwich from Subway located on Route 6, a gift certificate to Richie's Restaurant in North Providence, passes to the Seekonk Grand Prix in Route 6. Number 33 out of North Attleboro, Mass. Out of Westport, New England Sanitation Rules, Drive Chef Radio, Bobby Tripp. Alan McClure out of Derry, New Hampshire, in the PT container number 66, Joey Cirillo. In the home service, Shannon Dewin 6X, as Al Rodriguez was not happy with that start. Stock heat event. Green is out. This is a good one. We're on the way. McCall with a great jump on the start. Morissette slow on the start, drops back as Wayne Newman gets by, and Ray Alexander trying to get through as well. Well, that puts Cirillo with the number 6X up into the 7th qualifying spot. A lot of action side by side. McCallum pulling away. Newman, Alexander, Rayleigh, it's top 5. Morissette gets kicked up to the 3rd group. As McClure in the 72 of Kuhn get by. Right behind him, he's got the 6X of Joey Cirillo in the 66. Alan McClure, the 80 of Bobby Tripp.
Jimmy McCallum is just pulled away from the rest of the field. He continues to lead in the number 2, followed by Wayne Newman, Ray Alexander, Rayleigh, and it looks like Kuhn and McClure right now is in 5th in the PT container number 66.
Well, Bobby Tripp has just moved into the 7th and final qualifying spot right behind Jimmy Kuhn. Joey Cirillo trying to work his way up into a qualifying spot, sits 8th on the field. Eddie Holiak right behind, along with Steve Channing, Mike Hassel, Dave Bergman, Larry Gelitis, David Rosenfield, and Kenny Morissette, who's come from second to last in these first few laps.
Well, the outlaw, Jimmy McCallum, is widening the gap of his lead. Right now, Bobby Tripp sits on the bubble. He's being pressured by the 6X of Joey Cirillo.
Well, Ray Lee making a bid for that 2nd spot on the outside. Right behind him, he's got Kuhn in the 72, working the high side of Alexander and Newman. Alexander trying to get by Newman, holding his line down low.
Trippy now goes to the outside. He takes over a spot from Alan McClure. This time by is halfway for the outlaw.
And oh, the 7 of Newman goes around, almost collects the 72 as we go under caution. A great job by Kuhn trying to avoid the loose number 7. You can see he's got a flat left front tire in that number 7.
And Bobby Tripp just squeaked by.
As we come down for the green flag, Alrod likes what he sees. We're underway.
Close racing action on the start as Rayleigh actually gets a good jump on the outlaw Jim McCallum.
Well, Lee starts to pull away just a bit. He's got about a car length on McCallum, but on a turn 4 they come. It's side by side. Halfway down, we've got a new leader. Rayleigh moves out front, but McCallum back again on the inside. McCallum down low, Rayleigh up high, and side by side for the lead. 3rd, it's Jimmy Kuhn looking for a hole. High, lower, other way. And here comes Johnny Tripp. Bobby Tripp. Bobby in that number 80 moved up the 4th, McClure back to 5th. 6 is Joey Cirillo, 7th. That's a grand battle between the 21X of Eddie Holiak and the 23 is Steve Channing.
McCallum doing his best though as he's taking that number 2 car out to the front. Kuhn now trying to take over 2nd from the veteran Rayleigh. Bobby Tripp sits in 4th. Alan McClure 5th. Cirillo 6th. And Channing has the edge right now on Eddie Holiak for the final qualifying spot.
Well, Dave Bergman sits back there also looking for a hole. Ray Alexander doesn't like something in the car. He's going to bring that car into the pit area. And look at Gelitis right the back of Bergman. Gelitis trying to work his way forward. He's about 3 spots out of a qualifying spot. So we'll see what he can do.
It's McCallum, Kuhn, Lee, Trippy, and McClure in top 5. And it's Cirillo and Channing rounding out the qualifying positions. Eddie Holiak sits at 8th, Bergman 9th, Gelitis 10th, Hassel 11th, and Red Rosenfield back in the final spot on the speedway.
And oh, the 6 and 23 both getting together down the front straightaway. As that puts the 24 of Dave Bergman by the 21 into that 8th spot.
2 to go this time by.
McCallum trying to open up his lead over the rest of the field, but he's got Kuhn on his bumper about 6 car lengths back. Behind him, he's got Bobby Tripp, U1995 champion, coming down for the white flag, looking for that 2nd spot with just 1 lap remaining. It's McCallum, Kuhn, Trippy, Lee, and McClure, your top 5 cars. 6th and 7th, it's a battle between Channing and the 6th. And that's the way they're going to be. McClure and Trippy just edging out Kuhn at the line. 4th, it's going to be the 33, the 66.
Jesse Manchester. Next up on the grid, from Attleboro, and the number 55 is Eric Brandt. Starting next, a rookie in the field this year, hailing from Warwick in the Action Autobots First Line Speed. Bill's Tools, off-the-wall mobile electronics, number 56 for Jim Gavin Jr. Next up, from Cranston in the Laurel. The green is out. Sherman gets a good jump off the green on the 1 goes. He brings the number 20 into turns 1 and 2. Oh, they tangle going in. Both of them able to hold it together and keep it going. Sherman has pulled away and he leads in this Formula 4A heat.
But look at Bosworth the Highline. He just got by Lovelace on the outside, looking at the outside of Fairfield, just having some problems. that number 43 as she's dropped back a few spots.
Remember, there are no points being given today. All the points will be in tomorrow's feature. The top 8 go to the feature.
Well, Hugh Bowser is looking into that 8th spot. As he's just worked his way into it, that means he's qualified right now for tomorrow's feature event.
Stanley Sherman still leads, with Cavallaro second, Luongo third, Perry fourth, Gavin fifth, Parrott sixth, Bowser seventh, Byrne eighth. Eric Byrne sits on the bubble right now. Jesse Manchester applying heavy pressure. Matt McCrone, who sits third in points, needs to work his way up and try to challenge to get into tomorrow's feature. He's to the outside right now, the 49, can't make it stick though, and he's having a tough time making his way through. Hugh Bowser to the high side right now as he tries to go around Ray Parrott. Oh, the 21 and 20 make contact again. Ray Parrott in the 02 puts his car to the low side. Your leader is the 08 of Cavallaro, followed by Gavin, Terry, Sherman. Whoa, Luongo gets into Bowser, brings him up real high. That's going to be a tough break for your point leader,
And that's going to
Hugh Bowser.
That puts him back to 9th on the field. Manchester just getting by. And the 55 going around in front of just a couple of cars. The 37 of Lovelace trying to hold on. And that's going to bring us under a caution as the left rear wheel has come off the 55 machine of Eric Burns.
Oh, the 80, this is a good break for two people. One is the 22 of Hugh Bowser, the other. The green flag, it is off. Cavallaro gets the jump, and he is going. Stanley Sherman having problems as he falls off the pace. Big time. Oh, as we have the 37 almost collect the 65. Right now, the 65 trying to make some headway to get into tomorrow's show. Watch the 02 of Ray Parrott. He is a man on fire this weekend. He's been trying for a championship for a few years right now, and he wants one back.
Well, Bowser falling back just a bit as he's back to the 7th spot. 8th is the 49. 9th, the 65 McCrone makes a bit underneath as he tries to work into a qualifying
Yeah,
spot.
Pat McCrone really giving it his all right now, trying to get up to the 49. This time he does. Pat McCrone has made it into the top qualifying spots. Now let's see if he can stay there. The 08 of Cavallaro continues to lead this race, followed by Dan Perry, Ray Parrott, Gavin, and Luongo. It's 2 to go. This time by for the Formula 4A hot shoes.
Gavin working the high side, gets stuck behind the 35 of Perry. Perry looked to be slowing up just a bit. Parrott trying to get underneath, and it looks like Gavin might try to make it 3 wide.
Well, Ray Parrott just making sure he doesn't crumple that car. He wants it in one piece for tomorrow's big show. Luongo gets a little sideways right now. Your top 8 is Cavallaro, Perry, Parrott, Gavin, Luongo, Manchester, McCrone, and Bowser. They will go to the show if they can hold on in these last 2 turns.
Well, it looks like that's the way they're going to finish. Cavallaro way out front. Perry, Parrott, Gavin, Luongo, Manchester, McCrone, and Bowser all making it in. So it looks like the top 3-point men. Okay. Well, once again, we want to remind you to check your program to see if you've got a Black Cat sticker on the Cisco's performance page. The Black Cat will only be honored today. Tomorrow there'll be a brand new sticker for the programs. So be sure to check your Cisco's performance page. If you've got a black sticker in your program, stop by the program booth located at the base of the tower and claim your prize. Starting on the pole in this second Formula 4 heat event out of Millville, Mass. In the CNC rigging, Voyage and Construction number 0, it's Ron Castro Jr. Outside of Ron, out of Little. He drives the number 32 out of Seekonk, drives a Silver Brothers towing PRM Concrete automobile outside of him. The Ron Pacheco's Motion Motors number 7 is Russ Oswald and Scratch out of Pawtucket. In the Ajax Shoes Auto Plant, it's Scott Fitzgerald in the 03. And Furtado's got some problems on the start.
Real bad luck for the number 5, Tommy Furtado, as he had problems this week trying to get that car running. He was down at trying to get some advice from a couple people to clear it out, was to have a bad problem. The yellow is out.
Well, that's a tough break for Castro, who jumped out quickly to the lead, and looks like the 7 of Horswell also having some problems. You can see some smoke billowing out of that automobile.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like...
Coming down for the green flag, once again, Castro with a good jump this time. That's going to put the 30 of Belgrade on the outside in the 2nd spot. Look at Manny Dyer. Started 4th up to 3rd, and he's going to work his way towards the front. That one is flying, has been for several weeks. Right behind him, Kevin Casper, the number 88, who started 6th.
Kevin had trouble last week in practice, blew a head gasket in number 88. He's back together right now, and he has that car working on the low side.
Well, you can move everybody up on the track you see in one position, except for the one in the 30. The black flag is being thrown for the number 0, Ron Castro Jr. And you can see the hand gesture like a question mark. Why am I being black flagged? They'll let him know when he gets into the pit area.
Well, Kevin Casper now trying the outside of the 1. He drifts up high a little. Right now your leader is still Helger in the 30. Former Robbie Rhodes owned a vehicle. That car finished runner-up for Kevin Casper in the championship back in '93.
Well, Helger, your leader, looking Casper on the high side of Dias as they battle for that second spot. Fourth is George Tripp, fifth. Norm Roberts in that 71. 72 is Lopes. And Russ Harris and Russ Horsford battling for that 7th and 8th spot as we come down for the cross flags.
Kevin Casper is now taking over the second spot. He's on the bumper of Helger. Letting him know he's there and he wants the top spot. Casper to the low side. He's underneath the 30. Here comes Kevin out of turn 40. He's taking the lead.
Well, right behind him, George Tripp has moved up to third, now sets his sights on the top 2 cars. And the 84 Bill Scholler has made his point in, and he wants to get into the main event tomorrow as he's sitting 9th on the field.
It's Casper, Helger, Tripp, Robbins, Dias, your top 5. Tripp looks to the inside of the 30. Trying to make it stick for the... Oh, they slam each other going in. Tripp holds on, though. Helger's still third. That gives Roberts time to close in on the 30.
Well, Roberts has been moving up steadily, started 7th, is up to 3rd now with 2 laps to go, and setting his sights on the 45 of George Tripp. That car is moving as well as it has all season. Well, Guthrow in that number 33 car having some problems. He is slow on the speedway with just 1 lap. And look at Roberts slideways through the corner, gathers it back up, loses the position to George Tripp, but he's still 3rd in the field. Helger and Dias running out the top 5. 6 through 8 is Lopes, Harris, and the 32. Check us out. Casper's going to be winner second. It's going to be George Tripp, Norm Roberts, Jim Helger, the 1 of Manny Dias.
Carrero outside of Dawn. Hailing from Weymouth in the Steve's Landscape and Tree Service. Jeff's Removal and Recycling, William Perry Trucking, number 34 for Steve Randall. Next up in 5th from West Warwick, Rhode Island, the Cap City Tip Top Auto Service, number 70 for Ethel Matthews. Starting 6th from Tiverton, the number 9 is Scott Banville. Next up, from final row, we have Denise De Silva starting 13th in the 48. Skip Carter starting last on the grid. We have a newcomer to the field, the number 12 of Mike Panciotti has joined the field, and he is in the last starting position. Top 8 go to the show tomorrow. Don Guerrero in the number 94. Oh, we have trouble in 4 as Jesse Cloak gets around in his number 59. Our leader is Don Guerrero, followed by Estrella, Randall, Matto, Banville, Tetro making his move with number 76, but that is ended quickly as the 80 of Sprague gets into him in tough break for...
Well, it looks like Sprague has been using his front bumper a little more than he should. After the 59, he and the 59 got together, he decided to get together with another car, the 76 of Tatro, and that cut down his right front tire.
And the 06 of Vincent also sits like a lame duck on the grass right before the stop-finish line. Tomorrow, there are 2 laps down. The green is out. Ducks is number 9 behind the 94. The 34, Randall gets a good jump. Ethel, number 70, has some problems with that 70 car, and Jesse Bluff almost had to crash into it. It wasn't his fault, it was just nowhere to go. Well, Randall has now put the number 34 Rabbit out in front. He has a comfortable lead over Donna Carrero, and Estrella in that number 93 Rabbit making his way up into the 3rd spot.
Well, watch Ethel Mato through the corners. You can see that car's got an extreme push. She's got those wheels turned all the way to the left. And you can see that car continuing to go straight. So that car with an extreme push on that.
It's Randall, Carrero, Estrella, Shaw, and Banville, your top 5.
But Pluff just working his way back into a qualifying spot after having some problems early on in the heat. Has worked his way back into 8th as Kathy Oliveira has dropped back one more spot tonight.
It's Randall, still your leader, is number 34, Rapid Guerrero, trying to hold on to second, but Estrella giving her heavy pressure now in the 93. He sneaks his Rapid underneath to take over second. Shaw trying to do the same as he follows through, but she's getting help from her team. Well, not a teammate, but it's the same manufacturer of the Ford Mustang of Tetro, trying to help her out on the outside.
Well, Jesse Pluff trying to make it 3 wide off the corner, getting underneath Vanville and Martins, and makes it stick, gets a couple more spots, works up into 6th spot, now sets his sights on Korea. He's got that 59 hooked up very well.
What a nice job by Jesse Pluff this afternoon. He's been involved in a couple of skirmishes, and now he is up. Oh, trouble as Tetro goes around and collects Carrero. Just scrapes the wall, but she has damage to that right front of her number 94 Mustang. It's dejected. Dawn Carrero sits there, but she did a fabulous
To sell your present car, and that's what he's maybe looking to do without the drag train.
The green is out and Randall gets a jump. Randall follows in suit with the number 9. He's trying to take over second as Estrella pushes to the high side. Jesse Pluff with a strong run moves to up to 4th. He's battling with Martins right now in the number 13. 2 to go this time by. Randall gets a little loose coming out of 4, but he holds on. Vanville running second. Martins third, Pluff 4th. I was talking to Scott's file this morning and said it took him all year to get the car to handle, but it looks like it's handling very well this evening, actually this afternoon. It's Randall, Vanville, Martins, and Pluff. Silver's 5th, Estrella 6th, Matzow 7th, Oliveira sits in 8th. Skip Hart is limping around the speedway up in turn 2 in the number 18. This time by, it's the checkered. Your winner in the Formula 4 CE is Randall, followed by Vanville, Pluff, Martins, Silver, Estrella, Matzo, and Kathy Oliveira rounding out your top 8. They'll go to the show tomorrow. The rest have finished it.
Outside of Val, Leonard Fairhaven, Mass, the beer garden, base ready, rooted, TND, demolition number 59, it's Joe Ferro. Jeff Sutcliffe starts next on the field. He's out of Cumberland, Rhode Island. He drives a Glanson rotated speed and custom quality. Down for a green flag, this time by. Green flag is out. We are back underway. Deegan Barry trying to hold on to the outside. Ratcliffe down low with the turns 1 and 2. Third, you've got the 21 Bobby Betancourt Jr. with Eddie Flynn on the high side, and Speedy Wainwright in that 89's got some problems. He is a late entry today. At the end of 1, Ratcliffe is your leader, the 21 of Betancourt has moved up into 2nd. Deegan Barry back to 3rd spot. Eddie Plant holds down the 4th spot. He makes a bit down low, takes over 3rd, looks underneath Betancourt off the 4th corner, but a little sideways falls him back just a bit. Gary Wainwright, the 89 on late entry, had to start scratching the consolation, trying to work his way through. And we go into caution for the first time in this event, and I'm going to have to say that's for debris on the track. So green flag back out, we're underway. Betancourt on the outside trying to take over that front spot. A little good of a jump into turns 1 and 2, but Ratcliffe right there on the inside. Your top 4 cars still side by side with Betancourt. A good jump down the back straightaway. Korea's got a problem, and he falls way back in the field.
Well, Betancourt with a good jump that side, motors around the 84 Ratcliffe and is taking over the top spot. Deegan Barry in the 71 runs 3rd, and Eddie Plant is holding on to 4th.
Wainwright sits in 9th. They don't call him Speedy for nothing. Started scratch. Up to 9th, looking to the inside of Blight for that 8th and final qualifying spot. Blight trying to shut the door, but he's got the room underneath. Wainwright moves up into 8th spot and into a qualifying position.
It's Betancourt, Ratcliffe, Deegan Barry, Plant, and Clements are top 5 in this street stock odds.
Betancourt trying to open up a lead over the rest of the field. Ratcliffe right there, but he's got about 6 car lengths between him and the 71 of Deegan Barry for that 3rd spot. Halfway by this time, the black flag will be coming out for the number 67 of Nancy Sherman. And she looks like she's got some fluid coming out of the right rear of that automobile. Black flag this time by. Betancourt, Ratcliffe, Deegan Barry, and Plant, your top 4 cars. And there's a good battle for that 8th spot. Sylvia down low. And the number 33, Sutcliffe up high in the 36, drops back to 9. That puts Sylvia up into a qualifying spot.
This kid down here is flagging the creases as good as this guy.
Yeah. Oh my God. Let's take all the other side.
It's still Betancourt out front. 84 Radcliffe in position number 2. The 71 of Degas Barrier looking to catch up. And oh, the 36 and the 67 get together up the second corner. And that's going to bring us under our second portion of this heat event.
That's very unfortunate for Sutcliffe because looking for the green, Elrod drops it, Betancourt gets the gas going, and he takes the lead.
Well, Betancourt with a good jump, Radcliffe back to second. That's a good break for Degas Barry, who now sits in third underneath. And oh, Sutcliffe and Guglielmo and the 83 get together into turn number 2. The 83 trying to get going, and Correa goes around off the second corner, and we're going to go back to caution.
Another yellow is out. We'll have another complete restart. Your leader is still Bobby.
Looking for green this time by Al Rodriguez. Green flag is out. We are back underway. And Betancourt trying to get a good jump, but this time it's Radcliffe on the outside trying to hold on a little loose off the corner. That allows Degas Barry to get underneath for that 3rd spot.
2 to go this time by as Al Rod shows him that there's 2 to go. Betancourt still your leader. Degas Barry looking to take over 2nd spot away from Radcliffe. Playing holding on to 4th. Clements is still in 5th. Being pressured now from the 59 up barrel. Wainwright is still working his way up. Oh, as he gets into the, and he gets into the back of Sean Sylvia, but he is helped there by the 10.
And that, once again, is going to bring us under another caution. The 11 of Jerry Smith also goes around off the second corner. The 13 being penalized for not following the official's ruling, being put to the back of the field. Betancourt with a good jump out front, and oh, Radcliffe trying to hold on to the 03 of Carrera goes around.
A little help from the 83 there, Kevin, and off the man turns 1 and 2. Brings out another caution in this street stock consolation event, just as Allen Speedway scene.
Well, once again looking for a green, and we have it again as Betancourt gets a good jump on Radcliffe with Degas Barrier right on Betancourt's bumper. That's going to put Degas Barry up into the 2nd spot, and this time by just 1 lap remaining, white flag is flying. Joe Farrow up into the 4th spot, with Eddie Plant, Graham Sean Sylvia 6th. The 72 of Clements and the 36 of Sutcliffe running out the top 8. Down the back straightaway they go, and Sutcliffe getting by a sideways Clements off the second corner. Clements back to 8th. Checkered is out. That's the way they're going to finish. It's Betancourt, Degas Barry, Radcliffe, the 59 of Joe Farrow, the 33 of Sylvia, the 05 of Clint, the 36 of Sutcliffe.
Texaco Haviland lubricant entry. Next in line in the 5th starting spot, the number 1 of Vic Castellano. Walpole Valley Tire Company from East Alstead, New Hampshire. Out of Southold, New York, DeFries Racing, Stephen DeFries, the number 5. In the 3rd spot, the 4 Rhode Island, Jim Ahern, the RCI entry from Ashaway. Doors are unleashed. Green flag. Here we go. Field thundering by, 3 wide mid-pack, but out front with the jump. Fred Card, the Summers Activity Machine from East Hampton, New York, out in front. Here we go. All the cars bunching up in 3 and 4. After the stripe car in the 25. Then we look at the number 14 machine. We've got a spinner sitting over in turns 3 and 4, the 09. Michael Beebe does not bring out the yellow. They keep on rolling, folks, out front off of turn 4. Slight bobble. Fred Card came off of turn 4 hot and heavy, and he lost a little bit of momentum. Number 14, where the hell did 14 come from? 14 to Hampshire, Mike Ledoux, hanging tough in 2nd spot, but he's feeling the pressure from Stephen DeFries to the 5. On the inside, 5 is trying to make the moves, but nothing doing. He's holding him off high on the track here at Seekonk. Ledoux making that Legends car stick, but doesn't have the power downtown into turn number 3. The number 5 of Stephen DeFries picks up 2nd spot, puts back the number. Go for the restart. Let's see. Oh, he lets him go. We'll see if it stays out or not. As the 25 5 machine thunders on the backstretch, down the back straightaway. Fred Card out of East Hampton, New York, takes command with the number 5 of Stephen DeFries in tow. Good battle heating up for that third. The number 4 car, Rhode Island of Jimmy Ahern, putting the pressure on the high side. Seems to be the place to be on that 14 machine of Mike Ledoux. Ledoux's hanging tough on the bottom. That's the shortest way around. Seekonk Speedway, he's holding him off, but let's see if they can make the moves down the front stretch. Wheel to wheel, they drag racing to turn number 2, side by side, wheel to wheel across turns 1 and 2. But out front in the 14 is Mike Ledoux for third spot. We got a spinner over in turn number 2. It's the 71 of Thomas Sherman. Does not bring out the yellow at the stripe. That time by the 25 of Fred Card still leading. Now we've got another battle heating up for that second spot as the 5 machine is Stephen DeFries and the 14 new battle. Oh, DeFries dives down right in front of the 14 of Ledoux and shuts the door on him to hold him off. But here comes the 4 Rhode Island of Jimmy Ahern. They're making it 3 wide going into turn 2. Let's see how it shakes out. The number 5 is in second spot. Stephen DeFries Racing out of South Pole, New York, holding down that second spot. Good battle leading up for third. White flag flies for your race leader, the 25 of Fred Card. Easy lead, and we've got a spinner over in turn number 4. It's the 7X. He's not in the fray. So is Seekonk Jr. out of harm's way. They won't bring out the yellow, but the checker flies for the 25 of Freddie Card. Second spot goes to the 5 of DeFries, and too close to call for third spot. We'll have to wait for the scores on that one. Legend car racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Spotigo Masonry Buy Ride Aaron number 5. It's Angelo DeMiglia outside of Angelo out of Rehoboth, Mass. In the WB Fray Incorporated, Wesco Oil, Hollis Road, about 89. It's Ron Reed. Starting 7th out of looking for a green this time by Corey Boudreau and Scott LaBelle, bringing him down. Green is out, we're underway. Did a great jump by Corey, gets out front, LaBelle dives in a second. That leaves the outside lane open for Rob Murray in that 08, but Murray's got some problems. Clark gets by, here comes DeMiglia down low. DeMiglia looking for that third spot, a little sideways off the corner. As is Rob Murray into turns 1 and 2. Murray trying to gather it back up, and he's still battling for that 5th spot on the outside of DeMiglia. Ed Ginn in the 3rd, runs 6th, 7th it's Reed, but here comes Hazard down low for that 8th spot. Everybody jamming up for positions. Corey still out front. The 96 of Robert Clark up to 2nd. LaBelle sits 3rd as they all battle for positions. Murray now 4th. Got it down to the inside. DeMiglia and Gannon battling for that 5th spot. Gannon loves the outside here at Seekonk Speedway. You see him run the outside each and every week, and today he's no stranger. Gets by DeMiglia on the outside, now sets his sights on in the car owner. The car he's driving now. It's Rob Murray in that 08. Pretty much single file throughout the field. It's still Corey Boudreau in the 21 with the 96 of Clark. LaBelle in the 86. 1, 2, 3. Murray and Gannon round out your top 5. Right now on the bubble, the 89 of Ron Reed sits 8th on the field. The 24 of Blackmar all over the back bumper, looking high, low, or otherwise as they come down for the halfway. Corey trying to open up a bit of a lead in that 21. He's got about a 6-car length lead over Robert Clark in that number 96. LaBelle still 3rd on the back bumper. Now we got a battle for that 4th spot as Gannon looks to the outside of Rob Murray for that 4th spot. Side by side out of turn 2. Murray gets a bit of an advantage, but Gannon's got the advantage on the outside. He's got the momentum going, and he's been able to move up the field so far. DeMiglia, that number 5, still trying to hold on to that 6th spot. Right on the outside, he's got Jimmy Hazard in the 12, and behind him, the 89 of Ron Reed. Rounding out your top 8 qualified cars. And Blackmar gets extremely sideways off the corner, loses a bunch of ground. That's going to work to Reed's advantage. 2 laps to go, this time by the 21 of Boudreau, your leader, Clark. The 86 of LaBelle, 3rd. Gannon has moved up to 4th with Murray 5th. 6th through 8, it's a good battle as Hazard, DeMiglia, and the 89 of Reed all battling for that 5th to 8th. Corey Boudreau led from the drop of the green with 1 lap remaining, still way out front, about 6-car lengths ahead of Robert Clark and that number 96 LaBelle. Sits 3rd, Gannon and Rob Murray round out to your top 5. Checkered flag is out, and that's the way they're going to cross the line. 6 is going to go to Jimmy Hazard, 7th. The number 5 of Angela DeVries and Ron Reed rounding out the top 8 qualified cars. Mike Blackmore and Leroy Hudson.
98 of Danny McNamara going for the Bucks. Joe Bates and Jay Palmer down in second and third, but right now the 98 of Danny McNamara wants to cash that check. The 7 New Hampshire of Joe Bates says, I'm going to look to the outside of McNamara. McNamara's making it work on the bottom side. Hard off of turn number 4, down the front stretch, trying to make the momentum. Check out the different lines in the setup. Tire smoke going into turn number 2. Bruce Harrison trying to make it work on the outside, backs it up a little bit. Now nose to tail off of turn number 4. McNamara feeling the pressure from Bates, and here comes Jay Palmer. Palmer's all over the backside of Bates, locking him up once again down there in turn number 1 and 2. Oh, the Bates machine goes way high and tries to drift it down onto the bottom, but nothing doing. He has got in front of him the 98 machine getting wider and wider. Danny McNamara making that Legends car very, very wide out of turn number 3 and 4. Here we go. He's got good power down the backstretch into turn number 3, making that bottom line work for him. But is he going to overheat the tires on that little Legends car? We'll have to see. Battle heats up for second spot. They set up to go 3 wide. Can't quite get up high enough. There's the 76X of Jay Palmer feeling the pressure. Now Bates has dropped back. Palmer's now up in second. And here comes the 76 of Frank Manafort, putting the pressure on. The 2 blue and white machines getting ready to go nose to tail across 1 and 2. They stretch it out just a little bit. Bates is backing up, folks. Craig Rochor, the R1 machine, trying to make the moves now. Laps are clicking off. Here we go. The strategy is starting to work for the 98 machine. He's got that bottom groove to himself, and he is making it work. He's got about a 5-car length lead out in front of Jay Palmer. Palmer's feeling the pressure of Manafort, and there's Bates back into the action again. A little bit of smoke mid-turn out of the 7 machine, but nothing seems to be a problem. He seems to be able to keep the momentum up. But right now, the man to beat, whoa, we got a spinner over in turn number 1. The number 10 machine. Frank Audacy backs it around and keeps it going, doesn't bring out the yellow. The number 98 of Danny McNamara. Keep your eye on that car. Could his tires be going away? He may not think so, but I'll tell you what, he got awfully squirrely off of turn number 4. He wants to spend that $500, folks, in his pocket. Now, a challenge from the 78X. 76X right now of Jay Palmer out of Berlin, Connecticut. Palmer, whoa, Palmer gets around, coming out of turn 2. Oh, we got Legends flying all over the backstretch. The R1 machine, Craig Rochler, and the 75 of Justin Manafort get together. There's a loose wheel going down. Once again, McNamara on the throttle first, down into turn number 1. Field thinned out just a bit, but still just as competitive up front. The 76X, Jay Palmer and Bates. And here comes Harrison, the number 2 machine of Bruce Harrison out of North Rica, Massachusetts, trying to make the move on the outside. The 7 New Hampshire, Joe Bates, all over the backside of Jay Palmer. Jay Palmer feeling the pressure. Harrison making the moves up high. Can't rule out that 00. Pete Valeri, he's doing a great job, but right now, your race leader off of turn number 4, the 98 of McNamara in command. Front 4 cars starting to check out. Harrison gives a shot into the back end of the 7 machine of Bates. Bates takes that message and brings it up to second spot, fighting back on the bottom. Jay Palmer doesn't want to give it up, but he may have to. Bates is working him hard, going down into turn number 1 on the high side. Here we go, wheel to wheel, fender to fender. 2 laps to go, next time by. But can anybody get by Danny McNamara in the 98? Harrison now makes another strategy move, trying to get on the bottom side to make that number 2 stick. He's trying to get underneath the 7 of Bates. Bates blocks him up front now. The number 98 of McNamara. 2 left turns to go, folks. Here we go. Oh, we got a spinner on the backstretch. Here we go, folks. White flag is out. Spinner is okay, and it's up to McNamara. He's got 4 more left turns to go. Here we go, down the backstretch.
I'm a photographer. I don't get cold. Just want to go along slow. Top. Up.
You're gonna smile.
Johnny, let me take a picture of you guys. So, Frank, huh? I don't know. We'll stop.
All right.
Hey, Jim. Jim, Miles.
Great for the camera. with Kevin Boucher, Dave Banville, will be here taking care of the great festivities for our DAV Memorial. It's the big fall festival of racing where we pay tribute to D. Anthony Vendetti and his family, the gentleman that brought short track racing here to Seekonk in southern New England indeed. And once again, we thank all of you for making our 51st year super, just the best ever. We have a whole lot in store for you, including sky jumpers. We have the East Providence High School marching band and a lot of great racing. So hang on, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Right now we'd like to introduce Father Costa for our opening prayer.
Let us pray. Merciful and gracious God, we give you thanks and praise for how you touch our lives with so many people that support and encourage us. In a particular way, we thank you for the memory of D. Anthony Venditti, for his contribution not only to this sport, but to our lives, to this community. We come here in his memory to give thanks, to celebrate that which he loved, and to pray that, like himself, we too might make a contribution that touches the hearts and minds of others. We give you thanks and praise for this season, for its successfulness, for the recreation and joy that it has brought to so many. And we ask you to continue to bless us as we gather in this memorial race, that it might give tribute to this sport that we enjoy, that it might also build us up in heart and spirit to always be a generous and supportive people. We ask eternal rest for D. Anthony Venditti, for the other members of his family, and also the racing family, that they might enjoy eternal rest. And we make our prayer in the name of Jesus, Lord, forever and ever. Amen.
Father Costa, thank you very much. Well said indeed. And that's what it's all about, making a difference on this planet, make our lives all better, and that's what the Vendetti family has done for 51 years. And again, thanks to all of you. And momentarily, we will have the East Providence High School Band. If you focus your attention on the entranceway to turn 2, where basically the track crew usually is. So maybe we can put the East Providence High Band to work in just a little bit as well.
the promoter and race director. Fran?
Thank you. I want to welcome, on behalf of the Speedway and all the officials, my mom and myself, I want to welcome everybody here today. We have a full program of racing, culminating with a 100-lap Pro Stock race, and of course a spectacular fireworks display. And I don't want to forget the competitors. I want to give them the
The other day, by being careful with my canopy, I'll be able to do it till it's about 8 years old. So let's hear it for Kathy Hackett as she comes in. So we're right out there my friends in front of the field. Okay.
love our neighbor. Lead us all into a place of silence. And there in the quiet, you speak to our hearts.
Father Pat, don't go away. I'd like to ask you a few... By the way, I can sing like that. I'm just shy. Thank you so much. That's a tremendous ability you have, tremendous voices. Now, we have your name up in lights out there. Festivities. Wow. And in just a little bit, we're going to be turning it over to Mr. Saliba one more time.
Yeah.
Now, that is a chauffeur limousine. You know, the sun's out now. Maybe we should take the top down.
Racing Enterprises, Atomic Fireworks, Leading Edge Electronics, number M80, the 1996 Oxford 250 winner, that's Larry Gelinas. 7th on the field. He's all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada. He drives a lens full service. Bob Sunoco, New England Machine, number 42. That's Eric Jr. starts next. He's out of Cranston, Rhode Island. Drives the Metals Recycling, number 12, outside of Binding. The Majestic Realty, number 27, Danny Gavash. Green is underway. The field rounds out with Kenny Morissette in the Palmer Spring, number 98. Doug Morrow in the Mom and Dad, number 56. Rayleigh and Steve Sanford.
Well, Rayleigh in the number 33 is not here today. Will not be in competition at Seekonk Speedway as he had some technical problems, you might say, with the jet crew yesterday afternoon, so he will not be back. Matt Dewey is your leader in the 02. And Rob Murray in the 80X is running second as the two rookies are up front in this B-main race.
Well, Cavallaro trying to hold on to that outside lane. Works the outside in that third spot of Dave Bergman right behind him. Larry Gelinas in the M80 trying to work his way into a qualifying spot. He came a long way from Scarborough, Maine. Does not want to go home empty-handed. A good jump on the outside as Bergman gets a little sideways. That puts Cavallaro up to third. Gelinas fifth, 0 is 6. Right now the car on the bubble is Mike Hassel, and we've got a spin. Zingali goes around off the fourth corner. That's going to bring us out into our first caution.
That is the first caution of the afternoon. This pro stock.
His first start in a pro stock here at Seekonk Speedway. Green flag is back out. We're back underway. And Dewey trying to get a jump, but right now Rob Murray on the outside trying to hold on to that second spot. Cavallaro third, Bergman, and the 80 of Gelinas. Look at Dion going 3 high. Gets forced to the outside. You can see the 7X get a little sideways. Dion way slow, loses a bunch of positions. That's going to put him close to back. And Gahan makes it 3 wide. The 15 loses the right rear tire. He's on the rim. And that's going to be a tough break for Mike Hassel, as that's going to bring us under another caution.
Well, Mike got a little squirrely coming out of 4 there. It got collected into Wayne Dion. It looks like his right rear tire has gone flat, as you have said before. It looks like Wayne Dion is okay, though, as he slowed early on after that incident.
Well, he slowed up. He was running. Now Bergman in 4th and Gelinas 5th. Green flag is out. We're back underway. And Dewey about a half a red length over the line ahead of Murray across the line, but Murray hasn't given up yet on the outside. On the back straightaway they go. Murray trying to get a jump. Got a little bit of an edge through the corners, but nothing there.
Morrow has a left rear flat. This is a 56 pro stock, and that's going to hit him all over the place. He loops it right near the stop-finish line. This will bring out yet another yellow in this pro stock B main. Oh, we have trouble back there. They all get on the binders. Gahan keeps keeps his car around, but Danny Gamache turns the 27 Hayden Speed Equipment Pro Stock.
3:15 to go. Looks like Mike Castle's ready to rejoin the field at the rear. And green is out. We're back underway. And that caution is just what Hassel needed as he's back out and racing. Dewey with a great jump out front. Takes over lead. Murray back to third as Bergman sticks his nose in there. From the outside, Jolinas following through on the inside. Norm Holden and Dave Sylvia right there. And Bobby Gahan in the number 50 looking to qualify for this DAV Memorial 100 lap open car. You can see a bunch of smoke billowing out of the back of Mike Hassel, number 15.
Rob Murray has a tough go at it right now on the outside. That number 80X, you can see he's backing up and not having a good run on the outside. Him and Cavallaro make contact. But Matt Dewey having a fine run right now in the O2 as he's being heavily pressured from the number 24K up there.
And a hard Lenny Ellis in the 7 of Wayne Newman get together on the front straightaway. The 55 of David Rosenfield taking evasive action through the infield, but Wayne Newman in the number 7. A light hit, and Bobby Gahan and Dave Sylvia coming down for the caution, also getting together. That may have just have been a, nobody saw that one of them didn't qualified spot. Looking for the green this time by Alrod, likes what he sees. We're back underway.
Dewey gets another decent jump, and Bergman is right there with them this time as they go through, and what a run Bergman has coming off them too.
Bergman on the high side, looks like he's got the lead all to himself. Dewey back to second. Battle for third between Murray and Jolinas. Holden fifth, Francisco Cavallaro sits sixth, so falling just a little bit back as Holden gets by, and the zero tries to get underneath with Lenny Ellis right behind.
It's up the high group, it's not working too well early going on the cross stock. You can see Rob Murray trying to fight to get to the inside as he gets tapped and he goes around. Rob Murray is collected by the 4 of Cavallaro. Dave Sylvia is a 0, is also involved in that wreck on the back chute.
Well, that's a tough break for those 3 competitors, all in a qualified spot. Mike Cavallaro with absolutely nowhere to go, trying to avoid Rob Murray.
Jolinas lays back just a little as Storm and Norman Holden gets a good run through 3 and out of 4 on the M80 as the number 6 tries to bring his number 6 pro stock up to third.
Well, Holden knows his track just as well as anybody else. He's a 3-time track champion, 1983, 84, 85. Currently running third on the outside of Jolinas, looking for that spot, but Jolinas battling back hard.
Right now, the battle for the last qualifying position is between the 99, the 50, and the 12. They all want it. Only one of them will get it.
Well, right now, Dion and Gahan running 6th and 7th on the field. 1 car out. Bobby Pellin, he's 1 car out of qualifying for the big 100 lap. His green is out, and what a jump Bergman gets, and Jolinas all over the back of him. Into 1 and 2 they go. Bergman's all alone out front. Jolinas runs in second. Dewey back to third, but here comes Storm and Norman on the inside.
And watch Bobby Pellin in that number 12 car. He's got that car working on the low groove right now. He's making a strong run to the front, trying to get into the top 5, and it looks like Pellin will do so. He is now underneath the oak.
We are back underway, and a good jump by Bergman on the outside. He's got Holden right on his back bumper, but Jolinas on the outside, trying to hold on to that second spot, but I don't know, it's going to be a tough one. Holden knows his track as well as anybody.
Bobby Gahan is making his move now on the inside as Bobby Pellin's getting hung out to the high side of number 12. Gahan working his way into the top 5. Wayne Dion sits on the bubble. There are 2 to go this time by.
Well, Gahan's had some success here in the past. He's won a couple of these 100 lap races. When he's come down, if he makes it today, he's going to have his work cut out for him. Jolinas on the outside, sliding back, sits 4th. Gahan on the inside. This time by it's 1 lap remaining. Bergman out front, holding on his back bumper. Ellis, Jolinas and Gahan, your top 5. Pellin and Dion, 6th and 7th out of turn number 4, and that's how they're going to be. It's going to be Bergman, Holden, Ellis stood on the green. Michael Joe pushes badly in turn 2, and Russ Storer comes all the way through from 5th spot to take the lead. Followed by Mark Manomo, Mike Seymour, and it looks like Lou Ciccone will make it through into that 4th spot. Michelle's got a bad push. Oh, but almost shut the door on Lou Ciccone, and they got together but kept on going. Russ Storer way out in front, Mike Seymour 2nd. Lou Ciccone now working his way under Bonomo, makes it this time. Bonomo has to set up the 4. Russ throwing a dirty powered machine out in front, and he's getting eaten up by Mike Seymour with a Volkswagen. Sneaks it up. Another dirty in third. Another Volkswagen in fourth, and another dirty in fifth. Halfway this time by. Mike Seymour now working underneath Russ Store, looking for that lead. Seymour's underneath, can't quite make it, but he's going to try the high side now. Can't do that. Store pushes just a bit. Seymour gets one wheel down on the white line, gets underneath Store. Store has to hang up there. Seymour has the lead with 3 to go. Mike Seymour now catches the first lap car, and Brian Succi peels off Store and has the lead all by himself. 2 to go this time by Mike Seymour with 2 to go. Russ Store, Lou Ciccone, Mark Bonello still holds on to 5th, and Rudy Bonicia has come through the pack up to 5th. Mike Lichelle is in 6th and last qualifying spot. White flag for Seymour and Store. Store now has to worry about Lou Ciccone. Got the lap car in there. Ciccone going to try the middle, can't do it. Store hangs on the outside a little bit, and that was a mistake as Lou Ciccone comes through, but didn't quite make it, I don't think. We'll wait for the official, but I think that...
in the 5th row, 4th row, here we go, coming up, turn number 4. Coming down the front straightaway, Dick Williams has the early advantage, but look at Paul Wallace on the outside. Wallace using the Volkswagen groove, sticking that number 6 up on the outside. Barry Cannon, the Porsche automobile, comes to second. He gets taken by the number 3 of Joe Payne Jr., the super modified driver, moving to the outside of Paul Wallace, coming off the turn number 2. He's using the high side, dives down at the turn number 3. He's got second spot, looking for Dick Williams. Comes around the outside of Dickie Williams, going into turn number 1. A big battle now for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spots between Nick Finoro, Bob Ciccone, Barry Cannon, and Drew Finoro. Paul Wallace now into the mix. We got cars scrambling down the front straightaway, going into the corner for the 4th spot. Paul Wallace has got the advantage over Noki Finoro. Finoro hanging it on the outside, works past Wallace, coming off the turn number 4. Bob Ciccone also driving the Microzelli number 8, coming off turn number 2. He's looking to the high side of Wallace. Wallace trying to hang in there. Only 6 cars are going to qualify. Halfway point. Halfway above it. He brings him in. Look at Nicky Finoro charging to the front in a hurry. He's trying to go past Dickie Williams on the outside. Makes it past on the outside. Going at the turn number 3. He takes the 3rd spot. Dick Williams right there hanging on. He runs in the 4th spot. Bob Ciccone challenging Williams. Coming off turn number 2. Using that outside, diving down at the turn number 3. Williams back on the bottom, cannot make it stick. He will get moved back to the 5th spot. The man on the bubble right now is the number 6 of Paul Wallace. He's got the Tech Automotive number 25 of Barry Cannon right behind him. The Porsche motor running very, very well for Barry Cannon. 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks are in the air for Joe Payne Jr. out of Hawthorne, New Jersey. He's got a commanding lead over Drew Finoro, Nick Finoro Jr., Bob Ciccone, and Williams' right flag is out. Coming off turn number 4, checkered flag's gonna fly for the Miller Contract and BEF Alarm Systems. Number 3 for Joey Payne. Second is 6-time NEMA champion Drew Finoro. Third will be Nick Finoro Jr., followed by Bob Ciccone.
John Payne slingshots away from the outside as Mike Owens seems to have a little trouble getting that Olds up to speed, and he's getting run over by Volkswagens. John Payne, Paul Stelling, Joey Coy in the Fontana. That's not a Volkswagen, that's a Fontana moving into 2nd spot. Payne, Coy, Paul Skelly in the 30, and here comes Bob Seymour, high around the outside. He's in 4th now, looking for 3rd, and he's got it off the back stretch. Chuck Wellings in 5th spot, and Brian Cleveland's in 6th and last Greensboro spot, and he's got Brian Kobolak and Meg Shaw coming at him.
And Brian Cleveland is on the bubble. He is your 6th place he's sitting in the 6th place qualifying spot. He's got Brian Kobolak and Gabe Shaw all over his back bubble. Kobolak goes underneath. Shaw goes around the top, 3 wide, going into turn number 1.
Meanwhile, up front, Joey Coy has taken the lead, but he may not have it for long. Bob Seymour is working on the outside. Coy on the inside, Seymour on the outside. 1 and 2, down the backstretch, through 3 and 4 once again. Seymour hangs on by his ponytails, comes across the line with the lead. Seymour is really handling Volkswagens don't have all that much power, but this is a handling track, and if you can get your car handling, you can go well here. Seymour, Coy in second, John Bain holding down a comfortable third, Paul Scaling in fourth, and Brian Kovalos has come through into fifth, Chuck Welling is sixth, but he may lose that to his good friend, Dave Shaw. And Shaw does get him going into turn one. That's your top six.
The right flag's going to fly coming off turn number 4. Bobby Seymour is your leader, the 1987 number 10. He's got Joey Coy right behind him, about a straightaway behind him. Here he comes, coming over turn number 4. Checkered flag flies. Nick Rowdy, number 4 of Bob Seymour. Second is the Sunoco Race Fuels number 94 of Joey Coy, followed by TQ graduate John Payne.
APAC Manufacturing number 41 is Kathy Oliveira. Next up from Weymouth in the Steve's Landscape and Tree Service, Dress Removal and Recycling, number 34 for Steve Randall, outside of Steve. Hailing from West Warwick in the Cap City, Tip-Top Automotive, number 70 for Ethel Matto. Next up on the grid from Tiverton in the number 9 is Scott Bandel, alongside Scott. Moving up to the street stocks next year in the 3D signs, number 45 for George Tripp, alongside George. He is a feature winner this year in the number 32, Silver Brothers Towing, PRM Concrete, Crystal Ice, number 32 for Russ Harris. Gonzalez & Sons, John's Auto Sales, Dyer Royal, number 22 for Hugh Bowser, alongside Hugh. Currently sits third in the points, hailing from Berkeley, Mass. He is making the move up to the trucks next year, driving the M&M. Al Rod looks him over. Estrella gives it the go from the start. The green is out. The 34 drops slow. And here we go into turn 1. It's the 34 Randall going to the inside of Estrella. Ethel holding on to third in the number 70. Here comes Jesse Fluff in the number 59 who rides and making his way on the outside.
Oh, Randall's in the 34 trying to pull away from the rest of the field, but he's got Estrella Mato on his back. So watch the cars in the back. The 0, 2, this 1, 2, the 56 and the 21. Watch that. Work their way through the back.
And right now the 88 and the 1 are staging quite a race. The 1 goes to the outside. He's making his move on the high side. That's Manny Dias. Kevin Casper in the 88 on the low side behind the 70s to the low. Randall has pulled out to a comfortable lead right now on that number 34 White Rabbit. Jesse Fluff makes a nice move in the 59 Horizon. He is up to second. Estrella third. Ethel is fourth. Martin's making his way into the top 5.
Now Steve Randall.
Well, high on the trip, George Tripp the fourth and the 45 as Jim Gavin goes through the infield. He's going to put the crowd better sideways ahead of him. But watch Gavin, well, watch Tripp to that 45. He's worked up from the back of the pack. He sits about 9th on the field.
Jesse Fluff is reeling in the number 34. Jesse looking for a win in his last time in a Formula 4.
I know, we got a split in the front straightaway. Ethel Mato goes around everybody able to miss her. She's trying to get that car refired. We'll see if she can get it done before the caution comes out, but no, she stalled it as she starts to roll away.
Well, the caution is out. This is going to change the whole ball game. Jesse Fluff was just making his move for the 34, but Kevin Cash was up. Looking him over. The green is thrown, they're back racing. Fluff gets a good jump with the 59 cars being helped along from the 13 of Martins. Your leader is still the 34 Randall. Watch Jesse Fluff. He's making his last time in a Formula 4, possibly. Whoa, what a move by Kevin Casper in the 88 on the bottom. George Tripp follows suit. Kevin and George. Oh, we got problems right at the start-finish line. And the 71, the 93, and the 84 get tangled together. The 71 keeps it going, the 84 keeps it going, the 93 keeps it going also. There's going to be no yellow, although he has a front right front that is going flat. Well, leader is Jesse Fluff. He is being heavily challenged now from the 88 of Casper and the 45 of Tripp.
So we're looking Casper in that Volkswagen catch right up there. Cars look similar, but that 59 is a Dodge Omni. The Dodge does not put out the power that Volkswagen does, and Casper just goes right on by.
Casper gets underneath the 59. He is now taking over the lead. Kevin Casper is your new leader. George Tripp follows suit. We are going to have a battle up front, I'll tell you. These two are running hard.
Well, Hugh Bowser in that number 22 working his way through the field. All the point contenders are behind him. That is a good sign. At just about the halfway point, with all the point contenders behind, Bowser going through wide, going by Martins and Dias, trying to get his way to the front.
Ray Parrott makes a nice move in the 0-2. He's trying to catch up to Bowser, trying to knock some points off. He's only 12 out.
Well, the 45 leaking some fluid. He's going to get the black flag this time.
Oh, we have a wreck, and Hugh Bowser is in involved. Your point leader, the number 22, is involved.
Well, that's going to bring out a caution. He's going to have a long way to go towards the front now. What a tough break.
Tough break for the number 22 car, but Ray Parent in the 02 must be one happy man right now. If he can stay on the speed. They get the green out. Kevin Casper gets a good jump. He's got the 88 under power. Cavallaro in the 08 looking to the inside of Casper. Can he get enough room there? Not this time. Kevin shuts the door, holds on to the lead, but the 08 is applying heavy pressure to that number 88 car.
Well, Jim Gavin Jr. deep in the back, going 3 wide around Randall and Manchester, trying to work his way towards the front, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Kevin Casper doing a good job. We have trouble though down in 2 as the 48 of Denise De Silva is just sitting there right now. She is not under power as it looks. We'll see if we're going to get a yellow for Denise De Silva in the 48.
No, she keeps going. She saw the other 2 cars coming. She decided to stop and let them go by.
Kevin Casper, he is still your leader, but boy is he being pressured by the 08 of Cavallaro. Parent runs 5th right now. He's trying to take over 4th from Manny Diaz. He backs out of it right now as the 02. Halfway this time by.
The captain Cavallaro looking like a tremendous lead over Fluff and the rest of the field. Diaz now looks low underneath Fluff for that 3rd spot. And they make a little bit of contact. Both get slideways off the corner.
You just saw the 08 just saw a piece of his car off, or a piece of Kevin's car off. They made slight contact. But Kevin, whoa, we got trouble with Denise De Silva going around again in 2.
In the 32, Russ Oswald. Russ Harris, I'm sorry, he's got a flat right top front tire, almost got together with the 13 of James.
This time the caution is out. Caution is out for the 48 who sat in the same spot a couple laps ago, and now she sits there once again. What a battle we have up front. And they'll be bringing them out of 4, looking for the green.
Well, good restart this time. Cavallaro getting a jump of Fluff, trying to hold on for that Dodge Omni with all those Volkswagens. The 2nd spot, Manny Diaz sticks his nose underneath.
Cavallaro is your leader in the 08. It's Diaz. Parker puts his 02 down low. Parker should be able to contend in another lap or so. Diaz ducks his tires into the dirt this time by. It's Cavallaro still your leader with Diaz. Parent now trying to take over the 3rd spot away from Jesse Fluff.
Well, Fluff doing a great job holding on with the big boys. In this Formula 4 feature event, running 4th as Parent gets by. He's going to try to cut that car down low. And look at Gavin going 3 low.
Ray Parent now looking to the high side, possibly of Manny Diaz. No, he changed his mind. He's back to the low side. He's on his bumper. This time by 5 to go. 5 to go in the Formula 4 feature.
Well, out of nowhere, the 65 of Pat McCrone has come. 5 to go, he's in 4th, and he is humping.
Wow, the one of Diaz gives a shot to Parent. Gets Parent squirrely. Parent's up on the high side. Pat McCrone has swung his car in. Pat is now trying to take over 2nd place.
McCrone is flying in that number 65 Chevrolet. He's up to 2nd spot. He's got a long way ahead of him to catch your leader, Rich Cavallaro.
Down the back straight, what a fight is going on with McCrone now in 2nd position.
It is Cavallaro. It is Pat McCrone running 2nd. It looks like Diaz is still holding on to 3rd.
Well, for that 59 holding on with all those Volkswagens and that 1 Renault and that Dodge as he looks to take back what was taken from him just a couple of laps ago. And Diaz looks to have a problem in that number 1.
2 to go. This time by, Parent gets another shot. This time from the 56. They're moving him right out of his way. Ray knows, though, he's just going to stay out there and finish so he can bring home his 1st championship.
Well, look at Diaz, slideways off the corner. Fluff and Gavin make a sandwich out of him. Gavin on the high side, that number 56, as they come down for 1
lap to go. It's Cavallaro, it's McCrone, it is Fluff and Gavin, neck and neck.
The 08 is your leader, but the fight is going on now for 3rd place.
This time by, the checkers will be waving. It's a new Vendetti Memorial winner, driving the 08 out of Seekonk. Rich Cavallaro, Pat McCrone takes 2nd. It's a close one for 3rd. Gavin takes 3rd, Fluff 4th, Luongo 5th. Right now, though, your winner is the 08 of Dick Cavallaro from Seekonk, your new track champion in the Formula 4 division. Why doesn't everyone give it up for the 02 of Ray Parent? Because he has done a fabulous job. The 02, the Rayline Sheet Metal. Consumer Auto Supply, Graham Excavating, Estrella's Trucking, and Quality Island Construction. Your new track champion is the 02 of Ray Parent.
Well, Parent taking one lap for himself in front of the fans, going up to see the family and fans out in turns 1 and 2. A happy driver indeed. And what a way to go out. Next year he's decided to go 3/4 midget racing.
Yeah, Ray has done a good job. He's been here. I raced with Ray for 3 years. He's always had a good car. He's a very knowledgeable fabricator, you should say. He's got a beautiful looking car out there. And Ray did what he had to do today, and Ray is your new track champion. Give it up for Ray Parent, folks.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, your winner in the 08 car.
He clinched the point championship, I believe, by his finishing position. So
He started way back in 16th out of Seekonk, Mass, finishing his victory lap in the 08. Give him a big round of applause. It's Richard Cavallero.
Cavallero taking the checkered flag.
Rich will be up in victory lane in just a few minutes. Stop by and see him, congratulate him on his fine win. So we'll see if he's able to make it down. Rolling out now for 25 laps is the Street Stock 25 lap feature event. This is the way they're scheduled to go. On the pole out of Westport, Massachusetts.
Way up, which it is.
In the Westport Auto Recycling, BU Marine and Construction. Number 14, it's Richard Turpinning. Outside of Richard out of Middleborough, Mass. And the number 31, that's Richard Clark. Third on the field out of Warren, Rhode Island, and the number 65, that's Ron Lauro, outside of Ron, and the number 76. In the Airport Sports Precision Science Beam C Machine Automobile, out of Hanover, Mass, that's Richard Napier.
Yeah.
3 rows back, inside lane out of Taunton, Massachusetts. Driving the M. Clinton Sons, Luke's Bobcat Service. Sign up number 22, that's Paul Mealy. Outside of Paul, out of North Attleboro, Mass. In the Darrah's Quality Cuts, Johnny Mac Sports Bar. Fran's Automotive Service, number 45, that's Lenny McQuaid. Starting 7th out of Carver, Mass. In the G-Lopes Construction, New England Recycling, D. Silver Trucking, number 26, that's Peter Fernandez, the 4th, outside of Pete. Out of Attleboro, Mass. In the Cox Communications, Mobile Car Care. TCI Press, number 38, that's Keith Morrow.
Okay.
Programs all sold out. The green is out. We're off the racing action.
Well, Clark on the outside, looking for the jump over Germany, but Germany holding on down low. Side by side out of that first corner, Clark on the high side, and that number 31 trying to get going, but the Camaro down low. Got an advantage, and who's gonna take our money? It's gonna be... I think Turpinning
can get our money. Well, that's okay.
Well, a great job by Turpinning, leading left one Clark. Oh, slideways off that second corner. Gathers it back up, not before Mealy can get underneath the 65 of Laura for that 3rd spot.
Watch Rusty Bryant. He's trying to make his way through the back. Right now, him and Stacy Moulton in the 16 on neck and neck.
But there's your leader right now.
Your leader is still the 14 of Turpinning.
Right behind him, Richard Clark. And then wrapping up the
Turpinning leading another lap. Clark, Mealy, Fernandez, and Laura in top 9. Look at Pete going 3 wide through the field.
Oh, we have trouble in 2 as Mealy gets into the 31. Rhoda hits the wall real hard on the backstretch.
And Jim Sylvia off the corner with nowhere to go, hard into the passenger side of the 31 of Clark. That is a tough hit. You can see the wheel off the left rear, the right rear of that number 31 still waiting. And he's trying to get a jump, but went to shift the car and slide just a little bit. That gave Turpinning the front spot. Here comes Fernandez once again, and look on the 3rd group. Rusty Bryant started 10th on the restart, and he is going 3 wide around the field.
Well, they're trying to make it 4 wide there, Kevin. Rusty's going to have to get out of danger quick, and he is able to. He is on the move in that number 08 Street Stock. Watch him on the outside as he is going to the front in a hurry.
O'Brien up to 6th spot, but Turpinning still out front. Lauro on his back bumper, the 26, Fernandez third, and Marky Oscar on that number 96, going on the field. Statesboro trying to go out with the band, and he's moving up to Sportsman in 97.
Well, Lauro giving heavy pressure to Turpinning in the 14 right now. Sparky Arsenal right there, and Fernandez is hung on the outside with Tetro. Rusty Bryant now on the side of Morrow in the number 38, so those two will be battling for position momentarily. But Quaid trying to make a move on to Tetro in the number 45 right now. Your leader is still Turpinning in the 14.
Well, so far, the car has made the biggest move. Bobby Betancourt Jr. And that junior's on supply number 21. Started way back in the field, started 19th, and he's sitting 7th on the field. He's been able to move through traffic very well.
Well, one thing for Turpinning right now, he's sure picking up a bunch of extra money as he's picking off all the laps right now, and that's helping him out for a good payday.
That's $25 a lap, started on lap 1 all the way through to where we are now. Looks like the 08 of Bryant slipping just a little on the outside as Moulton makes it 3 wide between the 46 of Rotunda and the 84 of Ratcliffe.
Your leader is still turping, being pressured heavily from the 65. Sparky has brought his number 96 up to third. He's on the bumper of Morrow. McQuaid on the bumper of Arsenal. Morrow on the bumper of McQuaid. Boy, is action tight in this street stock feature.
Side by side, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, all the way through. And look at Laurel, get a little tap to turning off the corner. That's letting him know he's there. That is not rough. Side by side, bumper to bumper, racing all the way through the field. Laurel all over the back of the looking high, low, or otherwise trying to get through. Laurel again, trying the low side, but nothing there. Fernandez falling back on the high side. Morrow looking to the high side of McQuaid, this time through 3 and 4.
Rusty Bryant definitely has a problem with that 08 as he is slid back in the field right now. Your leader is still the 14 of Turpinning, being heavily pressured from the 65 of Laurel. Sparky holds on to third. Morrow's making a run into the 4th position. Halfway this time by. We are halfway.
And Turpinning slideways around the corner. That's going in and Laurel open. Sparky made most of it. He went to the outside of Laurel for 3 and 4. Morrow right behind him trying to get through, and here comes the 21 of Betting.
Well, Sparky tired of waiting on the bottom. He's trying to bring his number 96 Camaro up on the outside. He's got it working. Can he get past Laurel? Looks like he has Laurel taken care of, but maybe not. Oh, they get together. That opens up the door for Sparky. Here comes Arsenal.
Well, Turpinning trying to hold on down low, slideways off the corner, but that gives a lead to Sparky. Sparky leading his first lap and picking up a $25 paycheck from that last sponsor. Morrow on the high side, the number 38 following suit. But look at Sparky trying to pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see Rusty's having a very, very bad handling problem with that 08. But since he has clinched the championship, I'm sure he can still at least have a little smile on his face. Your new leader is Sparky, though.
Well, what it looks like on Bryant, the left rear quarter panel is dinged in. It looks like that's into the tire, and that's going to cause a problem for that 08. And he is slow on the field, in danger of going the left on. Arsenal front, Morrow all over the back bumper in second. Third, it's Turpinning, 4th, McQuaid. Laurel 5th. Laurel slideways up the corner. That's going to put Bettencourt down low.
James Lawrence bringing the 02 car up. That's a 2-time championship car with Matt Dewey. He is into the top 10 right now with the 02 car, which is for sale. Your leader is still Sparky Arsenal. Now he has heavy pressure from the 38 TCI Press Cox Communications. Number 38 Camaro, Keith Morrow. Turpinning is still sitting in third. Rusty Bryant bringing his car into the pits along with Fernandez. Your track champion pulling in early in this street stock feature. Sparky Arsenal, still your leader.
Well, not the way you want to end your season. After winning the championship and going out without a win. This time by 5 to go for Sparky Arsenal, that number 96, looking for his second win of 1996. Morrow all over the back bumper, looking high, low, or otherwise, trying to get by Sparky all over, pulling his groove, not letting him by.
Real strong run from Sparky Arsenal and Keith Morrow today in those 2 Camaros. You can see the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10, 12, 14 cars of Camaros. It's all Camaros up front. Sparky's still your leader. 3 to go for the 96 Camaro, Sparky Arsenal. This time by 2 to go.
Well, Morrow trying to get some momentum going on the outside off the turn number 4. Looking low off the corner, but Sparky slamming the door, giving a little bump. Letting him know he's here into 1 and 2. 2 laps to go. Morrow looking high, low, or otherwise. Trying to take down that front spot. Sparky Arsenal is your leader through turns 3 and 4. This time by, it's the white flag. Look at Morrow looking low. White flag is up. And oh, they touch. Everybody keeps their spot. 1 and 2. Morrow is all over the back. Arsenal all over the track, trying to hold on a lead out of turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is waving. Morrow looking low. Sparky shuts the door and takes down the win. It's Morrow second. Turpinning, McQuaid, Bettencourt, the top 5. 6 through 10 is Laurel. The 02 of Lawrence, the 16 of Moulton, Radcliffe, and the 33 of Sean Sylvia. But taking down the win. And a bunch of extra lap money.
Camaro. There's Sparky Arsenal taking his victory lap. This time by. Coming up next, it's the feature time for the Legends.
Yes, I do. I got one.
But the Legends are coming off their 25-lap feature event. And with us now, the voice of the Legends, Ken Whitlam. Ken, welcome once again to Seekonk Speedway. Sparky Arsenal finishing his victory lap in that number 96. With Pelletier Excavating B&C Automotive Machine.
Seekonk Speedway and the Vendetti family for having us down here once again. Of course, a lot of these drivers, ladies and gentlemen, are just up from the Nashville area. They were down at the Mark Colley Celebrity Legends race down at Nashville Motor Speedway. That will be televised on TNN the 23rd of October. It's a Wednesday on TNN. Salute to Motorsports. But today we've got a 25-lap feature, ladies and gentlemen, for the New England Legends Tour. This is Ken with the flying high above trackside on behalf of the race director, Frank Scambato, and of course the chief steward down on we're New England Legend Tour racing at Seekonk. Joe Poirier holding that bottom line, the number 99 machine all over the backside of him, and he's trying to make the moves. Takes first down into third. That is Byron Chu from Buzz Chevrolet out of East Hampton, New York, doing a superb job at the stripe, taking the lead. The 75 entry Justin Manafort Performance Cycles engine machine from Plainville, Connecticut, and then the 76X Jags Palmer Manafort construction machine from Berlin, Connecticut, followed by the 83 of Joseph Poirier, the point man, all the way back to fifth at the stripe. The number 10 machine, Frank Laudacey, the 10X, has picked up that fourth spot, side by side for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Bruce Harrison in that number 2, making that high groove work around the 00 of Pete Valeri across turns 3 and 4. Now Harrison making the moves way high, almost tags the wall, getting around Joseph Poirier down the front straightaway. Harrison from Harrison Motorsports up in New Hampshire, making the high groove at Seekonk work. It's the long way around, but he's getting the job done. Right now, putting the moves on David Casey from Baltimore, Mass. And that number 31, he's trying to reel him in, going down into turn number 1. Now he has to fend off the challenges of the 15X machine of John Bagshaw. Bagshaw holding him off as that highline's not working too well for Harrison at this point. At the stripe down into turn number 1 with a 6-car lead is the 99 engine Byron Chu. Chu is chewing up this Seekonk Speedway here at a Buzz Chevrolet Oldsmobile Incorporated sponsored car from East Hampton, New York. He's a semi-pro, and he is definitely going to do it here at the Concrete Palace in Seekonk today at the 51st anniversary of Seekonk Speedway, the DAV Fall Memorial event here for the New England Legends Tour. Ladies and gentlemen, single file all the way back to about 8th spot. Sitting now in that spot is the 76 machine of Frank Manafort. Making the moves up front, the 10X of Frank Laudacey, trying to get himself around the 23 machine of Sean Buffington. Buffington holding him off as he just battled down to the stripe. Look, Bates. Bates is all over the backside of the 23 of Buffington. Joe Bates, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is a national champion in the semi-pros, and he's also New England Legends Tour champion, currently going into this event. Bates all over the backside of Buffington, getting the job done, lap after lap. He should be making some moves at this point as the front 5 cars are starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. But up front, down into turn number 3, the 99 of Byron Chu. Chu hanging tough, feeling the pressure now. Underneath, here comes the 75 machine of Justin Manafort. Putting pressure on, off the turn number 4 and out of turn number 2. Closing the gap. Byron Chu picks up the pace. Watch the 75 machine. Justin Manafort trying to make that bottom groove work for him. Nothing doing. He's starting to drift up high, trying to make it around the outside, but he's giving up space to the 76 of Jags Palmer. Palmer and Manafort wheel the wheel off the turn 2, but winning that battle, Jags Palmer, ladies and gentlemen, halfway, this time by race leader still, the 99 New York of Byron Chu. Chu has this race in command, but they're only halfway home. The front runners are starting to see the back of the field, ladies and gentlemen. The 8 machine of Kenneth Paradise is in view of the race lead of the number 99 off of turn number 4, Byron Chu. Then the 76X of Jags Palmer and Manafort in the 75. Good battle now with Bates and Buffington. Here we go, folks, down the backstretch. And Bates starts to tuck it in. Can he get the job done? He's clear. He's trying to get down onto the bottom side of the track with a 23 of Buffington holding him off. Buffington doing a great job, but into turn 1. Joe Bates just blows by. Here we go now. The 76X banging all over the backside of Byron Chu. Check that out, folks. Jags Palmer blowing a chrome horn in the Legends car down the back straightaway. He is all over the backside of him. Looks for the outside. Lets that Legends car drift out and drop down low. trying to make a slingshot move off of 2. Nothing's happening. The 75, Justin Manafort went way wide off of turn number 2, and he gave up some momentum, and Joe Bates, the 7 New Hampshire machine, starts to rail the front runners in as they close the gap on the backpack. This is when the back markers will come into play for the leaders. The number 99, Byron Chu, feeling the pressure from behind of Jags Palmer, and also Palmer feeling Joe Bates breathing down his neck, down into turn number 1. Keeps tucking it down. Now they start to drift out. Yellow flag is out. Yellow flag is out, folks. Look around the speedway. They're putting it down right now. The 99 machine, Byron Chu, green flag. Here we go. Kenai Samoa lets the field go, and they are battling down into turn number 1. Here we go. Chu feeling the pressure of Bates. Bates all over the back end, gives him a shot off of turn number 2. The 76X machine, Jags Palmer, hanging tough on the outside, while Manafort watches this deal up in front of him. The front runners are putting on a show. Buffington sitting back in that fifth spot, waiting, watching to see what's going to happen, where to move. Here goes Bates making his move around Chu, up on the high side into turn number 3. Across 3 and 4, wheel to wheel. New England Legends Tours coming at you down the front stretch. That's Seekonk Speedway, side by side, fender to fender, and out of this battle, Chu puts down the number 7, but he fights back on the high side, down the back straightaway. Late breaks into turn number 3, and Chu hanging tough. He's on the short way around, and now he gets that back end down a little bit, lost some momentum, and it showed up going into turn number 1. Here comes the 7 New Hampshire machine of Bates. Bates is hanging tough, but he goes high. He lost some momentum. Wheel to wheel, lap after lap, the New England Legends Tour at Seekonk. Here he's put on a wild show. At the stripe, it was Chu, but now the battle continues. Up front is a 7 New Hampshire machine. Bangs him again, but he can't get by. He can race some heck with him, but he cannot get around the 99 from Byron Chu. Sitting back, watching all this happen, Jags Palmer. While these two do battle, he's got to fend off the 23S of Sean Buffington. Buffington is maintaining a consistent momentum, and he's keeping those guys within striking distance, as well as the 00 of Peter Valera. Once again, wheel to wheel, off of turn number 4. Byron Chu seems like he's playing with him. It seems as if that number 99 machine has some serious power down in the bottom groove here at Seekonk Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenai Simone indicating to the field. 2 laps to go. Here we go, folks. Now it's a real heated battle. Bates makes the move down into turn number 1. Can't keep the momentum going. Fighting back across turn 2 down the backstretch. The 99 at Chu trying to hold down that spot. Bates wants to cut down, but Chu won't let him. The white flag is out. It's going to be a drag race in a circle, folks. Who's going to get there? Bates gets him down into turn number 1. Here we go. If he can just get down on the bottom with that number 7, he can hold him off. He's got the power. He's got the groove. He's got 2 more left turns to go. The 7H machine of Joe Bates, ladies and gentlemen, takes the checkers by a car leg. Legends car racing, ladies and gentlemen, at Seekonk Speedway. One of the finest exhibitions in motorsports for one of the most cost-effective ways to go racing, folks. Farmington Savings Bank, Allsted, New Hampshire driver, semi-pro he is, folks, but he's also the national champion in the semi-pro division, Mr. Joe Bates. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the New England Legends Tours, get with them flying high above trackside, sending it back to the regular boys here at Seekonk.
Thank you, Ken. What a beautiful display of racing here at Seekonk Speedway by the New England Legends Tour. Congratulations to Joe Bates and that 7 New Hampshire. A great run coming from the middle of the pack. This is a great way to start into racing. And if you look at these cars, if you like what you see, take a walk down by the concession stand located in turn number 4. Check out the Speedway scene display. They've got a 1937 sedan legend car. That's from 600 Racing. They are giving that away
here at the DAV.
Outside, former NEMA champion Lee Smith. On the inside of him in the 3rd spot.
And Smith, we've got green. And Lugel dives into turn 1, tries to hold it down. Once again, it pushes badly, and Lee Smith sneaks underneath him to take the lead. Lee Smith, Mike Lugel battling out down the front stretch, followed by Richie Burrows and Barry Finn.
Right now, your fifth place runner, Brian Cleveland, is in jeopardy of getting passed by John Farrell. John Farrell and Brian Cleveland, actually, they are 2 qualified cars. We are taking the top 7th spot right now. Just out of the qualifying spot is Clifton Raw. He's fighting a handling problem. So right now, the 87 and the 7X of Cleveland and Farrell are in the show.
Lee Smith will go in front. And Mike Lugel, Barry Finn. Battle for 4th right now, with Brian Cleveland winning it.
Nigel, Barry Cannon. A good drive for Brian Cleveland.
Hutchins and Sons, W.S. Shepherd Company, number 95 for Billy Manchester. Next up, in a Ford from Attleboro on the RPM Performance, Johnny Mac Sports Bar. Silver Brothers Towing, number 6 for Ken Colvin. Outside of Kenny, the rookie in the Sportsman Division this year. Looking for his first win from Taunton. In the Rainham Auto Sales, Big Jim Screen Printing, Taunton Auto Electric, number 63 for Kenny Spencer. Starting 5th from Attleboro on the PF Transport Bay State Stewardship and Disposal, number 2 is David Titus. Outside of Titus, hailing from Hanson, Mass. in the Rick's Truck and Tire Service, York Landscaping Allied Auto Parts, number 55 from Hanson, Mass. is Dana Willis. Starting 7th from Edgartown, Mass. in the Bay State Towing and Repair. Provisional starting spot in the Universal Ambulance Cycle Style, number 7 is Tom Scully. We are going live racing action for 50 laps in this Sportsman main event.
Billy Manchester with a jump on the high side, on the outside of Bamford, side by side. No, contact. Manchester goes around, Titus goes around, the 99 goes around, the Strella goes around, the 10 goes around. The half a dozen cars involved, and that's before even one lap was complete.
Well, not a way to get started in this 50-lap race. These guys might be a little anxious, but I'll tell you, you've got 50 laps to go. Looks them over. Colvin looking at the stripe. He gasses it. We're off.
Spencer on the outside trying to get a good jump. Porter and Colvin down the back straight away. They go side by side, bumper to bumper.
Kenny Spencer right on the outside of Colvin. He wants to lead a lap. He could use the extra $25.
And Gannon around down the back straight away. And that's going to bring us under a second caution before we can even finish a lap. Him and Billy Manchester look like they got together off the corner. No! Everybody jumping on the binders. The 31 a good go on the 42 over there, go around after the caution. So I'm at a loss of words for this.
We just hope this is not a repeat of 2 weeks ago.
They've got not a lot of space in front of them as we go back to green flag racing.
Colvin with a good jump, but Spencer reels him in on the outside as they go through 1 and out of 2. Rob Murray has problems at the start-finish line as he loops the number 08.
Looks like he's trying to get that car refired, rolling it down the bottom of the track, but not before we go back to caution.
Tough weekend here for Rob Murray. In the 08, he had trouble in his pro stock. He's having trouble right now in Linwood Cohen sportsman cars. This kid is one heck of a driver. He's going to be a good... Rod looks him over. Colvin on the gas. Gets the jump out of 4. Here we go. We're back to racing. Let's complete a lap, boys. It's Colvin underneath with Spencer on top. We have trouble up in 2 already. It's Mike Becker.
Oh, Mike Becker, you can see some fluid out of the bottom of that car. And on that restart, he did get back into the 45. The front bumper got pushed up, and it looks like he may have gotten into the radiator. That number double.
Colvin on the gas, the green is waved. Here we go to try again. Spencer with a good jump as he brings it into 1 and 2. Spencer on the outside of Colvin. He's trying to, Colvin drifts up high. Spencer gets by. Ken Spencer could be the leader of lap 1.
One lap completed. Spencer out front, second, 50-17, Kenny just closing out Kenny Colvin. And that number 6, Corey Boudreau, 3 high down the back straightaway on the outside of the bell and clock. It's still early to be doing some moves like that, but 2 in a row we've got complete.
Lawton's Garage and Hyperstop Roofing have donated some money to the Kenny Spencer efforts. Colvin in on the inside, Dean Petty on the outside. It's Willis and Lawton rounding out the top 5. Kenny Spencer looking for his first win in the sportsman car. He is a rookie in this division, doing a fine job now that we have been being able to complete a couple of laps.
Well, some of the drivers to watch deep in the back. Look, watch the number 8 as Tom Scully gets a little sideways, keeps it going. Watch the number 8 of Ed Cannon. He's a strong runner. Each and every Saturday night, Glenn Young, the number 99, deep in the back. Billy Manchester at 95, Rob Roy in the 08. Watch them run through the back.
Right now, it's still Spencer out front having heavy pressure from Ken Colvin. Then it's Dean Petty and Willis battling side by side in the same for Serendinsky and Lawton.
Colvin got a little jump by Petty down the back straightaway. Petty trying to hold on up high. 2, 3, and 4. They go a little bit more momentum. Gets by Petty. Colvin down low in the only 4 Thunderbirds. in this field, running second on the track. Dana Wilson, the 55, fourth. Scott Serdinsky, the rookie, running out the top 5.
Spencer continuing. Now he has to hold off 2 challenges. One from the 60 Coleman, the other one from Petty in the 57. Petty was just into his right rear quarter, but Spencer able to pull away. Lawton seems to be having trouble on the outside of that number 70 car right now.
It looks like Kenny Spencer's a little bit loose going into the corner. The corner to the right hand side. Slide just a little bit. That's going to allow Kenny Coleman down low. Spencer can't hold on.
Spencer's still in the lead. Heavy pressure from Coleman and Petty still continues. Willis runs in 4th. Serendinsky and Lawton putting on quite a battle for the 5th spot. Lawton just seems to have a slight advantage as they come across the line. He's trying to make some headway now and get by Willis and take over 4th.
Well, he's got Bobby Leclerc in his back bumper last year's track. Looking to take down the 50-lap DAV Memorial feature event.
Well, it looks the longer Glenn Lawton runs, the stronger the car gets because he's starting to gain some space now on the outside, and Bobby Leclerc probably has a big smile as he's going with it.
Now look at the outside lane. Dean Petty in the number 57. It looks like he may have led that lap, but it was close. Bobby Leclerc dropping back a couple of spots. Out of turn number 4, Spencer down low. Petty up high, and it's a dead heat across the line.
I'm not sure, but I think Bobby Leclerc might have a left front going down. Yes, he does. I am pretty sure Bobby Leclerc has a left front going down to the number 42 car. Dean Petty coming across. He's your new leader.
Petty takes advantage of it. Well, Petty gets going on the high side. He's all alone out front. Spencer back to second, third. It's Kenny Coleman at the number 6. Serdinsky making the run on the inside of Dana Willis.
1, 2, 3. Single file down the front.
The 42 Leclerc trying to hold on. The left front tire, that's the top one to discover. He doesn't know he's got a problem in that car, but it is flat all the way down to the wheel. He's going to have to call it an afternoon. Everybody trying to get by behind.
Oh, trouble on the backstretch between the 2 of Titus and the 12 of Hazard. The 99 of Young goes around.
Well, Manchester gets in the back of him. Young spins it down the infield. And the number 2 of Dave Titus, that car leaking. Looks like some overflow water off the track.
Well, this is a good break for Bobby Leclerc. He can now bring that 42 into the pits, get a new left front, and be able to come back out in competition without losing a lap.
Well, maybe that's what
50 lapper. Petty takes the lead, going in through 1 and out of 2. Spencer drifts a little high. Coleman gets some room, puts his number 6 Ford Thunderbird underneath Spencer for the 2nd spot. Lawton right on Coleman's bumper, trying to move through with him to take over the 3rd spot. Steve Ribby in the number 18 having some problems as he drifts way back. It looks like he might have a flat right front tire. Let's see if we can see that. Yes, maybe not, but he does have a problem in the number 18 as he was running right up front and now he's way off the pace.
It's Spencer in the 63. Coleman escaped hard, but he got a little...
We have trouble down in 3 and 4 as Glenn Lawton in the number 70 has come to a complete stop right in turn 3. Oh, and the 63 of Spencer goes around now in turn 2 and he gets flipped by the 86 of LaBelle.
With Goodrow in the 31 car on turn 2. We are under our 5th car.
Once again, we have...
looking for Green this time by. Petty and Coleman, your front row, Green is out. We're back underway. And Petty again with a good jump. He's got Serdinsky all over the back bumper with Coleman falling back to 3rd. Sitting 4th on the field, your track champion, Scotty Estrella, in the number 45, trying to get underneath Coleman as Coleman starts to slip a little on the outside. Petty trying to go up a little bit of distance over here in the rest of the field. Serdinsky sits 2nd. The 45 of Estrella up there, Coleman 4th, and Corey Boudreau in the Pink Panther sits 5th. Halflehood up on the number 96 of Clark. As it's unfortunate he can't see, he's going to call it an event.
Well, Petty is still your leader with Serendinsky sitting 2nd and your track champion Scotty Estrella running in 3rd. Petty looking for his 2nd win of the season. Serendinsky looking for his 1st. Estrella looking for his 2nd. His 1st came in the previous 50 lap for these sportsmen guys. The 96 has just stopped right at the pit tunnel. He's trying to get it in. He finally does. We'll stay on the green. Tight racing right now between the 89 of Reed, the 6 of Coleman, and the 21 of Corey Boudreau. Petty is still your leader, but he has heavy pressure from the 22 and the 45. They're pulling away from the rest of the pack. These top 3 are moving on. Then you have Reed running 4th, Golden 5th, Woodrow 6th. Eddie Gannon trying to take over 7th from Corey Boudreau. Bobby Leclerc has made it all the way back up to 9th. Manchester sits 10th, Fibber 11th, Young 12th. But Dean Petty continues to lead this race, and he has been picking up quite a bit of lap money here in this Sportsman feature event. It is now halfway. Oh, Eddie Gannon gets sideways. Colvin gets sideways. It's Petty, Serendinsky, Estrella, Reed, Goodrow, Gannon, Leclerc, and Colvin.
I don't want to have to go 17, 27, I just want to be able to
It is still Petty, still Serendinsky and Estrella for your top 3. The rest of the field is a little further back, but Ron Reed trying to close the gap and reel in the number 45. Catching him and then passing him is a whole different ball game, though. Petty still continuing to lead this race. He's racking up the money for the lap sponsors. That is for sure, but I know he just wants to leave the last lap, which would be the checkered flag lap. Your top 10 right now is Petty, Serendinsky, Estrella, Reed, Goodrow on the top 5, Gannon 6th, Leclerc 7th, Colvin 8th, Fibber 9th, and Manchester is back up to 10.
Well, Dean Petty beginning to pull away a little bit from Serendinsky in that number 22. But he's got Scotty Estrella on his back bumper, Ron Reed in that number 89. Since what he started off the season with a win, he wants to end it with a win, but he's got some distance to make up.
Estrella looking to the low side of Scotty Serendinsky. Serendinsky shuts the door. Estrella still has to hold on for 3rd right now. We are more than halfway through this 50-lap feature event for the Sportsman division.
Well, Petty holding on. He's got a 10-car length advantage over Scotty Serendinsky in that number 22. Serendinsky trying to hold on a second, but he's got a hot drive with the number 45. Scotty Estrella all over the back bumper. Your 1996 champion wants to go out with a win.
You can see now that Ron Reed is slightly closing the gap on the 45. He's running a distant, though, 4th to the 45 right now. Colvin back underneath the track champion of 95. Oh, we have trouble in 4. As the 12th hazard goes around, everyone makes it through, though. And the yellow is out once again. Well, right now is the time to announce the second half of the lap sponsors for this. He hits the stripe, he gives the gas, he drifts up a little. That leaves room for Scotty Estrella. Serendinsky to the high side. Estrella pulls back in, holds on to 3rd right now. He looks for room on the 2nd. We have a problem with Bobby Leclerc's car. The number 42 slows on the back chute. Right now, though, your leader is still Dean Petty in the number 57. Tough break for your 1995 track champion, Bobby Leclerc. This looks like it'll end his day and maybe his career in the Sportsman division, as he is rumored to be going to Pro Stocks next season. Dean Petty, still your leader in the 57. Estrella makes a nice move on to Scotty Serendinsky. The winner of the last 50 lapper is now up to 2nd. Your track champion, Scotty Estrella, the New England Tire and Battery Motion Motors. Estrella's farm, number 45, is all over the bumper of Petty.
Well, Estrella's looking to take down 2 50-lap races in 1996. Sits 2nd. Only Dean Petty sits between him and the checker. Ed Gannon, look at him. Moves to the high side. And no, the 15 car trying to get to the infield. He's got some problems on that car.
Problem with Bamford, yeah, he don't know if he could see Rob Murray coming by, but he almost took Rob Murray right out as he tried to roll his car out of harm's way into the infield. Petty, still your leader in that number 57. We have 2 cars spun around in 3 and 4. The 12th with the hazard, the 55 of Willis and Tom Scully. And now Fibber McGee loops it, and no one collects Fibber down in turn 3.
Well, that makes you wonder if the 15 put down any fluid in that corner, as you saw some steam coming out of the
row. See Petty get a little anxious now. He's at the stripe. He hammers. He gets a good jump. Leaves some room for Scotty Serendinsky, but the battle is still up front between Petty and Estrella. Estrella to the high side. Petty brings him up high. Petty continues to lead. Now Serendinsky able to sneak the 22 under Estrella as he tries to take over 2nd spot.
Well, Estrella's going to look for a 45 that's brought up high if he can get back on the outside of the 57. That's going to leave the door open down low. Petty holding his own, holding that cruise, wants to win this feature event.
It's Petty still leading. He's definitely collected a lot of lap money. Oh, Goodrow goes around.
Oh, Goodrow.
Oh, he collects the 18, sends him into the wall. Thipper McGee spins. He's stuffed by LaBelle, who had nowhere to go into his left front. What a mess we have going here.
Well, that all started with Ed Gator going 3 long.
And they're off, and the green is given. Petty drifts high once again. Closes the door, though, on Estrella. Serendinsky now has to go to the high side. Can Estrella get back his second spot? Serendinsky looks real strong up high. This time by, it's still Petty right now coming out of 4. Estrella trying to take over second, but Serendinsky holds on this time by.
Serendinsky trying to hold on to the outside. Estrella down low, down the back straightaway, running for that second spot. Dean Petty, you're out front with 10 laps remaining.
10 to go this time by, and now Scotty Estrella has come back to take over the second spot. He's looking low this time on. Oh, we have trouble again as Spencer is going around into.
Spencer just losing it all by himself off that second corner, and that's going to bring us under another caution for this event.
That's Spencer in 63.
And that's got to be like caution number 408.
Oh, this is too... Gets to the stripe, he hits the gas, drifts up high once again. Can he hold Serendinsky off? He shuts the door on Serendinsky. Estrella battling side by side. We have a good battle going on for the lead. Serendinsky looking for some daylight, trying to take over the second spot from Estrella. Estrella up high, trying to get the lead away from Petty. Serendinsky sails it in now, tries to take over second from Estrella. They're door to door right now. Reed falling back in the 89. Manchester gets under him. Young's up to 4th. Reed gets sideways coming out of 4. He holds it on though. No one gets collected in that mishap. Glenn Lawton to the inside of Bobby Leclerc. Serendinsky now to the inside of Estrella. This is only helping out Dean Petty right now as these two battle. Oh, Estrella gets sideways coming out of 4th. Serendinsky is running second. Estrella 3rd. Young 4th. Manchester 5th. Serendinsky is now taking over sole possession of second place. It's Petty, Serendinsky, Estrella, Young, and Manchester for your top 5. Ron Reed is starting to push quite severely in the number 89 sportsman car. Lawton now underneath him. Lawton's moving up until 7th spot.
The leader is still 57 and Petty.
5 to go. He gets sideways. Serendinsky's got some inside running room.
At the inside line as they go down the back straight. We'll see if Petty can take the apex of the turn and drop down.
As we come by, oh, Serendinsky gets crossed up. Now we get Dean Petty back in the lead. Serendinsky falls back to second. Young gets a little sideways. Estrella's 3rd. Young 4th. Oh, you can see Ron Reed getting a little tap. It's Dean Petty is your leader, though. He's trying to hold off. Manchester goes around in turn 4. Another yellow is out. With less than 5 laps to go in this sportsman 50 lapper, Billy Manchester in the 95 has gone around right out of turn 4. 3 out of 4. He gets the jump. He brings him up high again. The green is out. As they go into 1 and 2, they're door to door. Now Estrella sails his number 45 underneath the 22. Oh, Bobby Leclerc makes it 3 wide. Pushes the 86 into Lawton. Now Bobby Leclerc is losing his hood.
Well, that's what may happen sometimes. You can see the hood slamming on the number 42 car as he sits 5th on the field. That, I guess, is not hampering his vision.
2 to go for Dean Petty, Scotty Estrella, Serendinsky, and Young. Don't jinx him. Whoa, here we go again. Do we have some excitement there? Scotty Estrella tries to sail it in underneath. 1 to go. It's Petty Estrella fighting for the win. Can Estrella get a good run?
Estrella giving it all he's got. Going high, low, on the west, getting that car sideways through the corners.
Now looking at the checkered flag.
Coming out of 4th, the checkered flag is going to be Dean Petty. Over Scott Estrella, Glenn Young, Serendinsky, and Bobby Leclerc for the finish. What a great race. Dean Petty leads from early on. Not only is it an extra distance race, it's got lap money. And the lap money is so popular with these drivers. And he probably led a good 30, 35 laps, and at $25 a lap, that's a big plus for these drivers.
He can, put to rest.
Taking down the victory lap, out of Minnesota Master number 57, give him a big round of applause. Dean Petty holding off some hot challenges.
We may have a replay of the first 42
from Scott Estrella, Scott Serendinski throughout the event.
This is after what really happened. This is after the technical.
Rolling out onto the track now, the Pro 4 is getting ready for their 30-lap feature event.
He had come flying through on the next to the last lap, came flying from turn 3, crashed into, I believe,
Betty's gonna get flying down the
chain
driveway on the grass, right?
track. His cars were already doubled up there. Everybody held it together really well, but after that, it lost the good.
Well, once again, give it up to the Vendetti Memorial winner in the 50 lap sportsman race. It's Dean Petty out of Asona, Mass.
Well, he'll be up in victory lane in just a couple of moments.
Action to go. Please don't go away. This is Speedway Heat on CBI Sports.
Well, Bobby Leclerc needing the assistance of the number 42 wrecker, and Bobby Leclerc over there having a couple of words with the driver. Unhappy indeed after that incident on the back straightaway after the feature was over. Definitely not happy. Mark Orban trackside having a couple of words with him, trying to calm that driver down.
Scotty tried to do something to him.
It's going to be tough, because that might be good practice.
No,
I think that... No, it ain't. We are underway. First getting a jump up, look at Casey on the outside, trying to get that front spot. Third, it's the 54 of Kevin Kanopka, the 25 right there of Gary Bissell.
And look at George Savory already going to the front and ready to say bye-bye.
Savory absolutely loves Seekonk Speedway. He's a many-time feature winner here at Seekonk Speedway. Just look at the body. He's got all the feature wins there for everybody to see.
Casey, though, has a decent lead right now over the 12 with the Rozier and the 25 with Casella. Savory in the 21 trying to work his way up to the front. He gets by Sherman in the 13. Looks to the outside, the Rozier trying to take over third.
Well, the 7 of Chris Norton's got a problem. He's way back to fifth. Just a couple of laps in, but he's looking to get back. The 30 of Ruff also having a problem. And the 23 of that's Mark McDonald. He's in the infield.
Casey a leader. Casella running second, but here he comes. The multi-time winner, George Savory.
Well, a black flag being shown for the number 72 car of Sylvia Brendan. She's got a problem with that automobile. Well, it's Casey in the out front, the 25 of Casella, and the 21 of Savory. 1, 2, 3. Casella with a good jump on the outside of Casey as they go 2 through turns 3 and 4.
Well, remember, Kevin, I was talking about this morning. I thought the 25 was very fast yesterday in qualifying. We have trouble as the 72 of Sylvia.
Savory out his back from the smoke as we wait for the 25 as he tries to hold on up high. Savory down low and look at him go down underneath Casella. Casey now in front straightaway looking for that lead.
Casella keeping that number 25 running pretty strong as he tries the outside of Casey. Savory blocked in by the number 8 of Casey. Savory again tries the low side, but Casey slams the door shut.
Well, Savory looking high low otherwise. Casella up high, Casey on the inside. Savory looking for an opening, trying to get by. Meanwhile, the 21X of Eddie Holiak trying to work his way through the field, trying to get by the number 9 Vermont of J.R. Bowman. No, he's got a problem. Holiak is all done.
Tough break for Eddie Holiak, the Somerset Mass native. But right now, you have a new leader. The 25 of Gary Casella is taking over the lead from Mike Casey as we come by the stop-finish line. It's Casella, Savory, and Casey.
George Savory following through. He's going to try to make a run. Slice and dice through the field, trying to get by Casey. Casey coming back again strong on the inside.
Right now, the 25 of Gary Casella doing a dynamite job of holding on to that lead as he has the two tough veterans of Savory and Casey right behind him.
Well, Casey's running the high groove. That's where his car runs the best. That leaves the bottom wide open. Savory loves this speedway, loves the inside lane, and you're going to watch him try to go underneath Casella on the turn number 4 down the straightaway. They go.
Casella still able to handle George Savory right now. Casey's falling back a bit in the third. The Rozier holding on to 4th. Sherman and Kanopka battling for 5th.
Well, Casella still holding off Savory for that one spot. Savory looking low with lap cars, looking for a problem in the next couple of laps. Savory down low, Casella, 2 turns 3 and 4. Out of the 4th corner, it's Savory. Oh, I don't know. I think Casella let's go get that one. But Savory's got the bottom roof. Lap cars now, that becomes a problem. Savory uses it to his advantage over Gazella and takes over the lead all by himself.
We are halfway through this Pro 4 modified feature. Your leader is George Savory now. Looks like the smoking problems have caught up to the 25 Gazella because he has slowed. Probably with engine problems.
Tough break for Gazella led early on in the race, and he's going to have to go all over to Savory. He's got a 20-car length lead over his closest competitor in the number 8. That's Mike Casey.
Yeah, Savory is just starting to walk away right now with this. I'm sure he's probably not even punishing the car too much because he's got a good lead over the 8 of Mike Casey. All he has to do right now is get through this last group of lap cars, and he should have a smooth run through the check-in.
Well, lap cars could become a problem. We saw it last week at a different speedway in a different division. We've seen it time and time again where lap cars become a factor and have an outcome on the end of the race. But Savory dominating this race as he normally does.
Casey runs second, DeRosa runs third, Sherman fourth, Kanapka fifth. Savory has made it through most of the lap cars right now as he's cruising his way to look for the check-in. We have a problem right there with the 19. 2 to go! 2 to go.
Well, Savory all alone out front. He's got a long way ahead to the second flag, the 19 of Barry Wheeler, stopping on the front straightaway. And that's going to bring us on the course with just a couple of laps left. It looks like we're going to go green, white checkers when we go back to green. That's going to close up the gap between Savory and Casey. Casey's always runs well. And he's out front second into the 8 of Casey. Sherman third, DeRosa in the 12. Sits fourth with a good battle for fifth between Gorman and Kanopka. Out of turn number 4 is Savory all alone out front. He's got about a 20.
Oh, in trouble in 2 is Bobby Blanchett. Has lost possibly a braiding hose of oil. We really couldn't see what happened, but it was right around. That is Bobby Blanchett, a former runner here in the Formula 4 division. And the number 82 Pro 4 modified. Bad luck for Bob Blanchett.
Tough break. Shaking his head. No, that one is an open. We'll have to wait till next time around. As he's not happy with that one. No, everybody playing cover tag as George Savory on the binders off the second corner, and not everybody else was. So next time we'll try to get another restart in and see if these guys can get it going. Okay, that's 2 that Kenny Edgemont is not happy with. That's 2 in a row that Kenny Edgemont is not happy with.
Again, these cars are almost crashing into each other now, going into turn 3. I don't know if they're not spotting the yellow instantly.
Looks a lot better. Green flag is out. We're backing away. Savory gets the advantage. He's out front. Casey, Sherman, and DeRosa gets on 4 cars.
Well, Savory with a real strong jump this time, and Isimone like the looks of it. Savory has continued to lead this race. Sherman's even crushing over Casey now for second spot.
Well, Casey, a former competitor here at Seekonk Speedway, and Sherman's got some problems with that 13 with just a handful of laps remaining, and he's going to call it quits with 5 to go. Savory continuing to open up the line. Casey in the 3. Rick DeRosa in the 12. Kevin Knox with the 54 and the 5. That's Joe Doucette, who's moved up into the 5th spot with just a few laps remaining. Ron Smith in that 2. That car is extremely sideways off the corners. He's got a problem. He continues to lose ground on the rest of the track. The 24 is slow. That's Ken Corbin. He's at the back of the field. Savory continuing to pull away. This time by Kenny Isimone shows him the 6. 2 laps remain for the Westwood Mass Stadium. Oh, George Casey still holding on a second. DeRosa third. Kanopka runs on the top 4 out of the 4th corner. White flag is down. Just 4 turns remaining. Savory out front continues to open up. Down the back straightaway, he goes for the final time into turn 3 and 4. Out of 4 they come. Kenny Isimone, he's waving the red, black and white flag. And George Savory takes down the win as the 41 spins off into the wall. That's Nonsenick in that 41 after the last checker drag class. They're taking the win.
1996, he's won all but I think 2 or 3 races this season.
A lot of guys want to make something of a fun track and it's always track to
They live for it.
Following this Pro 4 modified feature, we're going to let the big boys come out and play now. The Pro Stocks are going to be coming out for a warm-up session before we continue racing with the TD4 feature. So the Pro Stocks will be making their way out on the Speedway.
Well, that gives you plenty of time to walk around the Speedway, see what the track has to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, completing his victory lap out of Westwood, Mass. The J11 Cine, number 21, George Sampley, taking down his second win in 1996. Lap number 14, and that's racing on his lap number 15. DAV Memorial takes number lap 16. Lap number 17 goes to Mike's Auto Repair out of Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Lap number 8.
Keeper looks at the stripe, he gets the green, the hammer's down, and here we go. Keeper out to a good jump with Clocky running side by side. Kenny Casper tries to move his number 28 truck into contention for the lead. It's Keeper and Clocky, door by door, coming by to complete the first lap. Who will it be? It looks like Clocky has the advantage over Keeper. Clocky to the high side, Kenny Casper right behind. Keeper on the low side with Robin Sloan and Ray Soulier right in tow. Still door-to-door is the number 2 and the 1 truck. Clocky pushes to the high side. Keeper trying to hold down low. Casper stuck right in there behind him. Here comes Kenny Casper to the outside, following Clocky. Clocky gets...
sideways.
Oh, what a nice move by Casper to get around that stuff.
Well, Robin Sloan getting the first into that one.
Now we have a...
And Casper and Clocky. Clocky's definitely had a problem on that number 1 as he came down in front of the 28 as well as he did the number 2, the top break for Clark, because he's not normally like that.
Tough break for Billy Clark, and Ken Casper almost had a little trouble there. Keeper and Casper on the front row. They're looking for Alrod to throw the green. Alrod dropped the green. We're back to live racing action. Here we go. On the get-go, it's Keeper and Casper going into 1 and through 2. Ray Soulier to the high side behind Casper. Kenny takes the lead coming down the back chute. Going into 3 and 4, it's Casper with the lead over the 2 of Keeper. It is now Kenny Casper, and looks like Ray Soulier is going to try to take over the second spot. Let these two do it from the front.
Well, Soulier has been hot all season long. He's got about 9 feature wins and wants to get into double digits in the TD4 division.
Kenny Casper is still your leader. Ray Soulier trying to overtake Keeper in the 2 and then try to challenge his business partner and friend Kenny Casper. Ray has now taken the advantage away from the 2, but Keeper going into 3 and 4 closes that gap just a tad.
Well, Joe LeMay, the 17 truck running the outside of the 63 of Mike Butts, tries to work his way into the 5th spot right behind Robin Sloan, but Butts is not giving up any room on the inside.
Kenny Casper doing a real nice job early on in the number 28 truck, trying to grab his second win in a row, and I believe his 5th of the year. Ray Soulier doing all he can to try to contend with Kenny Casper and take away the victory from Ken.
Well, that's the best way to go out and win a championship, is to win the final race of the season. Don't be your closest competitor running second. And if it's your business partner and best friend, well, it's a little more bragging rights throughout the winter for these guys.
Oh, it could definitely be an interesting week at work for these two.
Disaster happens.
Well, Soulier looking high on the speedway, trying to get around the 28 of Kenny Casper. Trying to battle for that lead. Kenny Casper so far has racked up a bunch of money in laps.
Now Ray Soulier is door-to-door with Casper, going into 3 and 4. Soulier takes the advantage, the Rainbow Warrior. He is out front now. Kenny Casper trying to reel him back in.
On the inside line, down the back straight they go. Third place is Keeper.
Ray Soulier and Kenny Casper halfway by this time.
We've got halfway, 50% of this race is gone.
Trouble on the back chute as Dirk Gumby, defending track champion, has looped the number 92, and the yellow is out.
Well, that's a good break for Soulier. I mean,
Bring him down down through 3 out of 4. They're looking for the green. The green is out, and here we go. Back to live racing action. Kenny gets a good jump off the start. Let's see what happens as they go through 1 and 2. Ray has the advantage on the inside. Kenny not giving up, though, on the outside as these two business partners battle it out.
Well, Keeper sits in third, but he's got Joel LeMay in the 17 right on his back bumper as they come down for the halfway point with Robert Sloan rounding out the top 5.
Kenny and Ray, door to door right now, the number 24 and the number 28. Joey LeMay in the 17 looks for room under keeper, sails it in and makes it stick. Well, Billy Flint making his first time back. We have trouble on the back chute. The 14 of Macedonio goes around and the caution is out once again.
Well, that's the second spin in a row on the back straightaway. First it was Chuck Dunbay, now John.
Out. Casper gets another good jump on the start. He has the advantage as they sail it into 1 and 2. Casper on the high side. Soulier down low. Casper to the top, still holding on. Ray has the lead. LeMay ducks to the low side, trying to follow Soulier through. Billy Flint now, number 13, catching up to Kenny Casper right now. Soulier, though, is out in front. LeMay taking over the second spot, it looks like, though, from Ken Casper. See if Kenny can get back and hold on to third. It's Soulier, LeMay, Casper, Flint, and Keeper. Here comes the 3 of Carter.
Well, Billy Flint, that number 13's got that truck hooked on the outside. He's passed a couple of trucks since the restart just a couple of laps ago. Now tries to take over third spot from your point leader, Kenny Casper, and that number 28.
Your leader is Soulier. Runner-up right now is LeMay as Casper and Flint battle for third.
Oh, Flint trying that high line, trying to get some momentum going, but Casper on the inside just holding him off each and every time around the speedway. But here he comes again, one more try on the outside.
The Rainbow Warrior with his ever-familiar bandana on and the open face helmet, making his way around the conch as your leader right now. That's Ray Soulier in the 24. Billy Flint has now worked his way around Kenny Casper to take over the third spot. Kenny sits fourth, which right now would still clinch the championship for him.
Well, Soulier starting to open up a bit of a lead over Joel LeMay in that number 17 truck. They've got a bunch of distance in front of the 13 of Billy Flint. A great run he's had for the first time back in about 2 months.
It's Soulier, LeMay, Flint, Casper, and Keeper for your top 5.
Well, LeMay again closing up that gap between him and Soulier as he looks to take down his first ever TD4 truck feature event, and he is all over the back of Soulier.
Soulier trying to bring down his 10th win of the season. Problems with Billy Flint in the 13. He has slowed on the backstretch. Right now, though, 2 to go. 2 to go as LeMay ducks it underneath Soulier. It's Soulier and LeMay.
Down the front stretch into 1 and 2 they go. LeMay down low looking for the lead. Pushes up high off the corner. Soulier trying to hold on and pick up a couple more laps of money.
The white flag is out. LeMay pulls off. Just an advantage at the line this time by. Can he hold on for the feature win? Soulier doing everything he can to come back by. He looks, he slows down. May he try underneath one time. Oh, will it be Joel LeMay for his first victory of the year? Here we go, out of 4. It's going to be a close one. It's LeMay at the line. Soulier second. Your new track champion. There he is. Give it up for Kenny Casper.
A great, great run. Joel LeMay with just a couple of laps left. Ducks under the 24.
Let's give it up for your chicken truck driver, Kenny Casper, and now your feature winner, Joe LeMay.
Well, Joe, a Pro 4 modified driver for many, many years. Filled in for Archie Sherman when Archie had his operation. Driving the Mike's Auto Repair, Northeast Auto Recycling and Auto Parts. Champion Motorsports, Rick's Car Wash.
Never won a point champion.
Bemmer's Auto Body, Executive Auto Detailing, and Charming Auto Body number 17 out of Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. Today's TD4 truck winner, Joey LeMay.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Who finishing his victory?
To start this event, Bob Seymour, who dropped out. This could be the next alternate to make the feature event. They're pushing the lap off. Here we go. Checkered flag has been given to all the midget competitors. Wave your hats. Wave your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Show them that you appreciate midget racing in the Northeast. Only the best are going to go 4 abreast. Look at that. Doesn't that look beautiful? Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, get up on your feet. Let them know that you appreciate this type of open wheel racing. The next time by, we're going to put them back in 2x2 formation. And from then on, we're going racing.
This is
and as we get back down to 2 this time by, it'll be Chuck Welling and John Payne on the front row. And then we'll have Noki Fenoro.
Steve Dumas is going to let him go!
John Payne from the outside gets by Welling, takes the quick lead down the backstretch. Down the backstretch. Oh, we've got a bad one.
We have a flip. John Ferrell on his head.
We have 2 cars. One car on its side. John Ferrell is upside down. The red flag is out. We got a little bit too wide there in turns 1 and 2.
Overturned on 2. You see 87 against.
A whole lot of cars scrambling. A whole lot of cars moving around at the start. We saw John Ferrell catch a wheel and get upside down. Don DeLapp also sitting on his side in the middle of turn number 2. Brian Cleveland, Matt O'Brien also involved, as well as the 77 of Mike Legel.
One of those cars is the 52 of Dick Williams.
That's not Don DeLapp.
Dick Williams' back.
That's the 52 of Dick Williams. Sorry, on its side over there.
A number off the other car.
Once again, John Payne gets the lead, and once again we get him 3 wide going through the back of the pack, but this time everybody made it. John Payne has the early lead, and his brother Joey is coming storming from the outside in that number 3 car. Down the backstretch, it's John Payne, Chuck Welling. Battle for third between Noki Fenoro and Joey Payne. And then the rookie Rudy Butcher is holding down 5th, although Drew Fenoro's got him in sights, and Drew Fenoro ducks through on the inside to take 5th.
A good try from the number 3 of Joe Jr. He's got Chuck Welling right now. He looks to the bottom of Welling. Going into turn number 3, he takes the 3rd spot. He's got Nick Fenoro Jr. in his sight. This has really become a break for John Payne in the number 55. They started battling in the early hand, which let Payne slip away.
Here comes John Payne with the lead. Front followed by Noki Fenoro, then Joey Payne, Drew Fenoro. And Chuck Welling still holding down 5th ahead of Brian Kobolaj. Battle back there between Rudy Butcher and Mike Seymour trying to come through on the bottom. Giving chase.
What a good drive from Rudy Butcher. You can see him coming off turn number 4 now. He's battling with Mike Seymour and Chuck Welling. He's in the middle of it right now. He is a rookie for the Midget Series, doing a very fine job. He's racing with Nicky Luciatoni right there.
55 of John Payne is out in front. He's followed by the 38 of Noki Fenoro and the 3 of Joey Payne, his brother. Then the 45 of Drew Fenoro. We have 2 brothers running 1st and 3rd and 2nd and 4th. Then Brian Kobolaj, the AIDC Rookie of the Year, is holding down a solid 5th ahead of Mike Seymour, who is all over him. And then Lou Ciccone in the 81, Rudy Butcher in the 2, and Joey Coy in the 94.
And Joey Coy right now, ladies and gentlemen, has to keep the 45 of Drew Fenoro in his sight. He wants to still hold his lead in the 1996 Heat Championship. Drew Fenoro is very fast. He was the fastest time trialer. He won his heat race, and he is starting to move up in the feature event.
John Payne now has Noki Fenoro right on his tail as John is working in the left traffic already. Noki goes right through on the bottom and catches up close, loses the tail, can't quite do it, but he's got John Payne in his sights.
Payne using the high side, Noki Fenoro on the bottom. Look at him stick the left side into the front of the track. He's using that left front tire to actually hold him down on the bottom. He takes the lead coming off of turn number 2.
Noki Fenoro has the lead. John Payne right behind him. Noki Fenoro the winner last time. John Payne's car has lost power. Our second place driver has lost power. He's slowing down and will pull into the infield.
Driving number 55, he lost the injector yesterday in the practice sessions. Worked all day to get that car ready for time trial. What a tough offense to happen right here in the feature event.
This Noki Fenoro's in turn 1 in the 38, and here's the battle for second, working around the lap car. Joey Payne on the outside.
Payne as the yellow comes out. Yellow flag.
Joe Payne and
That's Rudy Buttinger has lost it in turn 4.
battle for that second position.
But they will go to a double file restart this time by.
And Noki got a great start. Of course, that was a lap car. The double zero of Richie Boy was the lap car that was in the second position here. Here goes with the halfway sign at 17 laps down. Noki Ferrero in front. Joey Payne, Drew Panoro, Brian Kovalats, Lou Ciccone, and here comes Joey Coy around the outside.
Panoro now moving into second, going down the back straightaway. He gets underneath Joe Payne Jr. A big battle between Lou Ciccone and Brian Kovalats coming down the first straightaway. So Brian is underneath the 49, going into turn number 1. He's setting his sights on Joe Payne in the number 3.
During that lap, we lost Mike Seymour. His brother Bobby went out before the race, and Mike Seymour just pulled out now. Not a good day for the Seymour brothers. One half of the Payne brothers is still running, and both Panoros are running, and they're first and third. They're first and second right now. Noki Panoro in the lead, Drew Panoro right behind him. Joey Payne is third, but not any maybe he's third. He's trying to hang on as Lou Ciccone gets underneath him and takes over third.
And another battle heating up right there on the track between Russ Shaw and Wayne Shaw. Shaw now coming off turn number 2. He looks under Shaw going down the back straightaway, throws it down into turn number 3. He gets underneath Shaw coming off turn number 4. Russ Shaw will take the position.
Russ Shaw in the 26 and Wayne Shaw in the 107 in that last battle. Here we go.
They are 6th and 7th now around the track.
Noki Panoro in the lead. Drew Panoro seemingly unable to close up on him. Lou Ciccone inching up on Noki Panoro. Joey Payne seems to have had it as Brian Kovalats is catching up on him.
And Drew Panoro is starting to reel in his brother in the number 3. But keep an eye on Lou Ciccone. Lou Ciccone all over the back bumper of Panoro. He started inching up on him once he got better. Joe Payne in the number 3. Ciccone right now trying to go around the outside of Panoro.
And the 49, Brian Kovalats, just a 4th place away from Joey Payne. Brian Kovalats, the ARDC Rookie of the Year, is showing us all why he in that order as he's made his way up to 4th.
We're getting into lap traffic, and this could be a factor for Nick Panoro. He makes the pass. Don DeLapp and Richie Coy right there, but it's slowed him up just a little bit. Lou Ciccone running it out on the outside, getting a little scrubby going in.
Drew Panoro leading Lou Ciccone into this lap traffic. He's going to try to bottom. Ciccone's going to try slap, so they end up 3 wide as Panoro goes through the middle. The battle is for second, and they've lost all hope of getting Noki Panoro at this point, and they're just trying to battle each other.
The next time by, the popsicle sticks are in the air for Nick Panoro Jr. Nick Panoro Jr. got the call at the last minute to come drive for John and Delta Hall. He jumped in that car yesterday. Yellow flag out. Car spun in turn number 3. Russ Stewart backs it up turn number 3 with a cloud of smoke. Smoke billowing out from underneath that engine. He may have hand grenaded that motor. That's motor number 2 this year. A lot of bunching up going on coming off turn number 3.
We're not going to let it start. We're not going to let it start. False stop. We're going to get the yellow flag now. We were about 4 wide there coming through the turns, and we got to be in single file.
A very, very lazy green brought out.
Here we go again.
Bunching up coming off turn number 3. Here we go. Steve Lewis lets it go. This time round. Look at the big move right there by Joey Coy. He got around Big Shaw at the start, on the restart.
Here we go. Look at this battle up in front. The 2 brothers, Drew and Noki, Lou Ciccone, Brian Kovalats, Joey Payne, all out in front of the back. 1 lap to go. 1 lap now. Noki's going to try it on the outside.
Here comes Drew on the outside in turn number 3. The checkered flag flies. Drew's going to run out of time. And your feature event winner will be the number 38 Noki Panoro Jr.
And I
think we ought to mention that in the crowd tonight is Nick Venura.
In the feature event.
Anoki Venoro, by the way, we mentioned that Drew has won 6 NEMA championships, but Noki won 1 NEMA championship and then went on to win 5 or 6 ARDC championships.
Yeah, quite a little bit of a vice versa effect for Drew and Nick Venoro. Nick Venoro with 6 ARDC championships.
Holy God, we invoke the memory of Deantis and Vendetti as we celebrate once again this Pro Stock Memorial. We ask you to raise your hand in blessing upon those who will race tonight. We ask you to send your angels to stand guard around this track, to watch over, to abide with, and to defend all who race in fairness and good sportsmanship. We ask a blessing for safety, and we ask this in your blessed name, Almighty God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
He's out forward for that. I think the Kingsley gets you through. Got the field bounce back to the racetrack. Number 99, Florida Crown champion, Wayne Dion. Driving the middle of the safety, driving the gate first line, getting quick as number 12, it's Bobby Bell Jr. Starting 26, he's one of the many outsiders here this weekend.
Next up in the 23rd position, the 3-time track champion here at Seekonk Speedway in the Pro Stock from Motorsports. In the lead motors, Shannon DeWitt, Harrison Autobody, Nicky DeWitt, Motorsports, number 6 with Solomon, Norman Holden. Taylor Torrio in the Al City Growing Company, John Autobody, and Eli Whitney Tech, number 24 tank with David Bergman. On Somerset, Mass.
He's up the race here, number 30, it's Mike Bowler. On the inside, Mike Bowler, he's going back. He drives it day and out weekend. ELD Enterprises, the Platinum World Racing. Anderson GMG Auto Car, truck number 1, your 1996 Thompson Speedway champion, it's Dick Bulletin. 9 rows back on the outside. Out of Floyd, Rhode Island, driving the home service, Jamie DeWitt. Baxter Swifters, Solomon Wells, number 68. 6X, former track champion, Joey Sullivan. On the inside of Joe, out of Raynham, Massachusetts, driving the Dolphins other here. High-tech recovery system, several performance, number 30X. And you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flare, robots bursting in air, came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, save us that star-spangled banner yet wave, on the land of the free and the home of the brave. Is our starter that the drivers are strapped in and ready to do battle. And now we will ask Mr. Tim Pelletier to beckon those famous words. Gentlemen, start for action. Green flag last count only. Yellow do not count.
has the N80. He's the winner of the 1996 Oxford 250. First time ever at this 1/3 mile oval.
Chuck running down in between turn 1 and 2 to pick up some debris on the speedway that is being taken care of right now.
Rodriguez looking for the green this time by. He likes what he sees, and we are underway.
Johnny Tripp with a good jump on the start as he pulls away from the radical one. Rick Martin going through turns 1 and 2. Freddie falls into third, and here comes the radical one on the outside.
Martin's got that 14 Camaro hooked. He was turning times yesterday faster than I've seen in a long time in a pro stock. Flying Freddie Estelle third. Look at the battle up front. There's lap money at stake for all 100 laps.
Trippy still continuing to lead the race, and that is Johnny Tripp in the 88 this weekend. Remember, Johnny Tripp, Bobby's father, piloting the number 88. Martin giving it all he can to the outside of Johnny.
Bobby driving the number 80. He sits 6th on the pit as he's got a bipolar on the restart.
Oh, McCallum gets into the back of Freddie, and he goes around coming out of 2. McCallum spins on the grass on the backstretch.
And that's going to bring us under our first question of this 100-lap event. Tough break. Jimmy McCallum starting on the inside of the third row, running 4th, but unfortunately going around off the second corner. Looking for green this time by Al Rodriguez. Likes what he sees. A Johnny Tripp with a great jump. Ryan trying to hold on the outside with Freddie Estelle right there in third.
Well, the top 4 is dominated by the Westport boys. Trippy, Martin, Estelle, and Trippy.
Oh, Johnny Tripp out front leads another lap. That's $100 in lap money. Alan McClure having problems back in the back. And he's going to try to gather that bar confidence not before the field goes by.
Tough break for the Derry, New Hampshire native in the number 66 PT container service. Really slow on the back chute. Johnny Tripp is still your leader. Sorry, Kevin.
The 66 of McClure going to bring that car back into the pits. A tough break all the way from Derry, New Hampshire. A regular competitor here at Seekonk Speedway. Johnny Tripp still leading him down. Second is Rick Martin, 14. Third is Bobby Tripp. He runs that car everywhere. That's his open competition car. He's run that at Oxford, at Lee, and at Thompson, and he is booked.
I'll tell you right now, Bobby Tripp is just sailing that car in the turns. I don't see a car working better in the turns right now than the 80 car. But it's Trippy, Martin, Trippy, and Estelle.
Johnny Tripp driving the same car that Bobby Tripp drove the 1995 Pro Stock Championship and to tie for the 96 title as well. Field started thin out just a little bit. The only one up front, Rick Martin on the outside, trying to get by. The 88 of Johnny Tripp. Chicago forms a line. The next car on the outside is way back. Many enter low. Now look at the outside of David Hutchins in the number 96.
Well, it's still Trippy, Martin, Trippy in the front 3 right now. They are bumper to bumper. Johnny Tripp gets a little squirrely coming around. Martin gets the edge coming out of 4. Rick Martin will lead this lap as he comes by to take over the lead away from Johnny Tripp.
Well, Johnny hasn't given up yet. Oh, a little bit of contact. Martin gets squirrely off the corner. That puts Johnny Tripp back out front. And look who's right behind. Hey, you're not seeing double, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 88 of Johnny Tripp and the 80 of Bobby Tripp. Both owned by Jake Jigger, father and son racing right there.
Well, what a battle this is up front, I'll tell you. They are putting on some show.
The top 3 continue to pull away from the rest of the field. But look at Bobby Gahan. He's mid-pack right now, so he's working to the outside of everybody else. He's won these races before here at Seekonk Speedway and wants to go home today $5,000 richer.
Freddie still sits in 4th, but he's a distant 4th from the back bumper of Bobby Tripp. Kenny Kohler rounds out the top 5. Runs through the top 10. It's Kuhn, Jimmy Rosenfield, Charlie Rose, Capaco, and Steve Channing right now rounding out the top 10.
Oh, the back of the 24 is on fire.
You can see a fire on the 24 car. There is fire on the 24 car.
The 24 is on fire. The fuel cell on fire on that automobile. We'll see if he can drive that right to the fire truck. The fire truck is in the infield. And we're going to go quickly to a red flag situation to try to get that 24 out. Dave Bergman does not know what's happening. Lenny Ellis pulls upside and lets him know, pointing to the fuel cell, your car is burning.
He's stopping that car. We have the 41 car. Len Ellis stopping, I'm sure, to make sure that
So that has been red flag right now. So hopefully Dave Bergman can get out of that car and they can get the fire contained. David is out of the vehicle.
David's out of the car. Tough break for him as he was running mid-pack, trying to get that car situated, get settled, and try to work his way towards the front in the latter stages of the race. You don't want to see that happen, and you know it's an unfortunate.
Jump by Johnny Tripp again. That number 88.
Well, Johnny's been able to get the jump every time, but Martin is right there on the outside. But right now, he's got the time man who tied for the championship. Bobby Tripp and that number 80 right all over his back corner.
Well, Freddie hasn't lost too much ground on this restart. He's staying right there with Bobby Tripp this time. Charlie Rose trying to make a move on the outside. He's up to Jimmy Rosenfield's door. Kenny Kohler drifts up and is on the back bumper of Jimmy Q.
Well, Jimmy Q's been able to work his way through the field pretty well. Started back from the 9th spot, now sits 5th on the field. He's been able to work the high line, the low line. This is his first time with that car here at Seekonk. And Kohler is sideways off the corner. Charlie Rose trying to hold on to the high side. He's got Rosenfield down low right behind him, the 23. That's Steve Channing, a former Pro 4 modified champion.
It is still Johnny Tripp, Rick Martin, and Bobby Tripp, your top three. Freddie sits in 4th, Jimmy Q in 5th.
Martin trying the high line once again to go around Johnny Tripp in the number 88. They run 1, 2, 3, gives him a little touch off the corner, lets him know he's there. And Johnny will give him all the room on the outside, but just don't try to go underneath.
If you look deeper back in the pack though, Charlie Rose and Jimmy Rosenfield are sure staging quite a battle.
Well, that's not as good as the battle we got up front. Rick Martin back to the outside. He's got the momentum this time. Into turns 3 and 4. Tripp down low, Martin up high. Side by side on the corner, and Martin leads his second lap of the night.
Well, Martin doing a fabulous job on the outside tonight. Johnny Tripp doing a very dynamite job himself on the low side, and Bobby Tripp is just hanging back just a tad, just in case something was to happen.
Well, he's looking for a hole. Last year, he absolutely dominated this race. Until with 10 laps to go, we got involved with Chad Chase as they raced for the win with just 7 laps remaining. He sits 3rd now and watches his dad and his fellow Westport man, Rick Martin, battle for the lead.
You guys go at it. You see teams do this.
Johnny Tripp down low, Rick Martin up high. Still side by side out front. Great racing action.
Channing has made a move now under the 91 right now for Steve Channing. He's making a good, strong run to get to the front.
And we've got a new leader, Rick Martin, all alone up front. He's got that front spot to himself, and he slams the door on Johnny Tripp. Johnny back to 2nd, Bobby Tripp in 3rd. And it looks like Martin wants to check out. Freddie Estelle Jr. sits 4th, and Jimmy Q 5th, but they've got a lot of ground in front of them for the top 3.
Rick Martin does look like the superior car. Once he gets out in front, it seems like the car just is really, really comfortable being out in the lead, and so isn't Rick. And he's running a strong line, and the car just looks real good right now.
Steve Channing looking to the outside of blue 44 of Jimmy Rosenfield, trying to work his way into that 7th spot. Gahan working the high line deep in the back, trying to go to the outside of Lenny Elson, number 41, as he tries to work his way to the front.
Martin continues to lead as the Trippy men play battle now for 2nd and 3rd.
Well, right now, Martin.
Freddie's still holding on to 4th, but the distance has widened from 3rd to 4th. There's about a 15 car length difference from 3rd to 4th place right now.
Well, Freddie Estelle trying to hold on to that 1st spot, but he's got Jimmy Q all over the back of number Q, looking high, looking low or otherwise, trying to get into the top 4 and see if he can catch the top 3 before they get away too far.
2 cars to watch a little deeper in the pack. On the outside is the 50 of Bobby Gahan and the M80 of Larry Gelinas. They are up to 12th and 13th respectively. They're trying to crack the top 10 and make a strong run to get to the front and hope there's a caution so they can reel these leaders in.
Well, Gelinas has never seen Seekonk Speedway before yesterday, and it bit him hard at the beginning. At the beginning of the race, he went out in the warm-ups and hit the first turn wall. They worked hard to get that car ready, and he's got that car moving very well throughout the field.
Rick Martin is starting to extend his lead over the 88 and Johnny Tripp. And within a few laps, you'll see Rick Martin. Oh, Johnny Tripp has a problem coming off too.
Well, Johnny gets slideways off the corner. Bobby Tripp tries to get underneath, but Johnny shuts the door. That puts Rick Martin that much further ahead as they try to catch the leader, Rick Martin.
Very soon you'll see the leaders start lapping the back cars here. Todd Henshaw sitting on the bubble of being lapped very soon.
So right in front of him, Zig Houlihan and Alan McClure. McClure, I believe, is already a few laps down because he did have to pit under green flag. Houlihan's already made his trip into the pits once.
Behind him is Jim.
Hard and clean racing throughout the field. Larry Gelinas in the M80 working his way forward. Right behind him, he's got the Outlaw. Jimmy McCallum and that Deuce trying to work their way through and just cracking the top 10.
Well, I noticed before Bobby Gahan ducked his number 50 down to the bottom real quick, and he's not making a bid to go back up top, so he must have a problem. Someone does have a problem. It's the 30 of Mike Bowler. He's having trouble as he came out of fourth. It's slowed tremendously.
Well, he slowed tremendously as Rick Martin's already into lap traffic as he's already gone by the 30, the 1, and the 30X.
Another young man out there having a good night tonight so far is the 43 of Kenny Kohler. He's sure getting that car around him for his first time in Seekonk in a pro stock.
Well, he's now very familiar with the Trackman Sportsman's cars here for many, many years. And now sits behind the wheel of the number 43 Pro Stock.
Larry Gelinas, he is the man on the move right now on the outside, and with him comes the Outlaw, Jim McCallum, in the Hydrostop Roofing number 2.
Well, thing they've got to watch out for, they don't want to burn up their tires too early. McCreary's fast, and oh, the two almost get together. Gelinas and McCallum almost getting into him, and we've got a battle for that 4th spot.
Jimmy Kuhn is now getting underneath the 48 of Freddie Estella, and Kenny Cole is getting on the bumper of Kuhn, trying to follow suit.
Well, not only that, we've got a change in position for position number 2. Bobby Tripp has gotten by Dad John, and he's only 1 car left. Look, I think I'm seeing triple. No, that's Mike Fuller in the number 30. That's his own car, the 80 and the 88. Different cars, different drivers, different owners. Those are owned by Jigs DeGear. And oh, the 30 getting sideways in front of Bobby Tripp off the corner.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Rick Martin is just checking out from everyone on the speedway. These drivers, I don't want to see anything bad, but they're definitely praying for a caution to try to reel them in.
Oh, they definitely need.
Oh, and then once again, you see the 2 in the M80 getting together.
And Caparco is loose. That car is sideways off the corners extremely. I talked to the drivers before the race. The track is slick. The track is loose. We got to get the cars tight, let them loosen up as the race goes on. There probably may not be a second group, but I think McCallum and Gelinas are disproving that theory.
Well, I'll tell you, Rick Martin has just been awesome. He was here last Saturday for practice. The car was out doing 12 6s. I was talking to Vinny Anarumo. Vinny said he had his number 10 doing 12 8s, which he thought was pretty good. Then when he saw Martin doing 12 6s, he just shook his head.
Well, Martin's right now behind 2 cars battling for position, behind Norm Holden and the 96 of David Hutchins, as he tries to get through lap traffic as quickly as possible, because he's got a big lead over Bobby Tripp in that number 8. He's got a straightaway lead over the second place car.
The Radical one is just impressive this season, I'll tell you, and he's not going to let it end now.
You can see him giving him a tap to the 96 of Hutchins. Those two have been competitive all season long. They've become good friends. David Hutchins thanking Rick Martin all season long. He's been a tremendous help to him getting that car set up.
Well, McCallum is moved by Rosenfield. Here comes Gelinas in the M80. They're closing in on Kenny Kohler this time by.
Well, the 66 of McClure back into the pit area under green. He's going to go more laps down. Tough breaks for the dirty New Hampshire driver.
Rick Martin is now up onto the bumper of the 21X of Eddie Holiak. He's looking to put more cars 1 lap down, and another one that he has in his sights, who was looking so strong earlier, is the 50 of Bobby Gahan.
Well, he's only about 5 cars behind him, and I'll tell you, Martin is flying. It doesn't look like there's anybody who can catch him right now, but I'll tell you, McCallum and Gelinas are working their cars to the wall.
Johnny Tripp sits in 3rd. It is running 4th is Freddie Estelle. 5th is Channing. 6th is Kuhn. 7th is Kohler. 8th is McCallum. 9th Gelinas, and 10th is Chad Chase.
Chad having a rough season this year, has 1 win on his own. back in mid-season, and then he jumped into the 46 of Joe Barberas' car after being in a room with Joe Barberas' partner's company. He's had mixed results in that car, but he is about to come back stronger than ever next season with a brand new car.
And Chad's driving hurt this weekend also. He was having a fine run at the Thompson 150 this past Wednesday night when he went into the outside retaining wall of the pit row.
Watch the battle for the 5th spot. You've got the 23 of Steve Channing. You've got the 72 of Q, the 48, a little bit slow on the high side. That car loose. And Dick Houlihan right there. Kohler, Chase, McCallum, and Gelinas all right there, battling for position within the lapped cars.
Well, it is a good battle in the back of the pack, I'll tell you. Looks like Freddie's having some problems with tires on the outside because he is backing up real quick up there.
Well, being behind the one of Dick Houlihan does not help, as Dick is a lap car going backwards, and look at the move Freddie makes going through the middle between Gelinas and Estelle after losing a bunch of spots.
Your leader is still Rick Martin. If you can find him out on the track, he is still on the bumper of the 21X.
Oh, we've got a car around. Jimmy McCallum in the number 2 goes around off the 4th corner. That's going to bring out the caution a lot of these drivers were looking for.
I'll tell you, Rick Martin doesn't want to see this caution.
Be able to pull away as he has been so far. Will Bobby Tripp stay with him? Green flag is out, and we are back on the way. Oh, what a great jump Martin got.
Well, I'll tell you, he sure did, Kevin. That car is so strong. Bobby Tripp trying to reel it in. Chad Chase has a problem. So does the 30X of Todd Henshaw.
Well, Gelinas had a great jump that time. Got by Kohler, Chase. By the time they hit turn number 2, and he's up to 7. I'm sorry, he's up to 6. Martin trying to pull away, but he's got Bobby Tripp in that number 88 right behind.
Oh, we are going to have another caution. As Todd Henshaw is slowed up in turn 2 in the 30X, the caution flag is out once again.
Again, it's Todd Henshaw.
Let's not end this race like this.
Hasn't been with good pace.
Al Rodriguez looking him over, likes what he sees, and Martin again with a good jump, but Trippy on the outside trying to hold on. And McCallum trying to gain a few spots. And oh, Channing goes around off the 2nd corner. A bunch of guys trying to avoid it. The Caparco looks like Lenny Ellis in the 41 went around. Chad Chase got some right front damage on that car. Freddie Estelle just avoiding that one.
Jimmy McCallum in the number 2 Hydrocop. Trippy around the front row. It's Trippy and Kuhn in the 2nd row. Martin with another fabulous jump off the start as he continues to lead this 100-lap Pro Stock Open.
So Bobby Tripp trying to hold on. Johnny looking underneath. Jimmy Kuhn right there, and Gelinas riding out the top 5. Gelinas looking underneath Kuhn through 3 and 4, and it looks like he's got that 4th spot.
Whoa, Kenny Kohler goes around right at the start-finish line. McCallum goes around, and no one is collected in that incident.
Well, Kohler straightened it out, but got it sideways again off the 2nd corner. The 96 of Hutchins gets involved, but
was going to comment on seeing it.
As Trippy got a good one that time.
Yeah, Bobby Tripp had a real good run off the turn that time, but Martin still has the advantage as he continues to lead this show right now. Bobby Tripp working the high side on Rick Martin.
Martin down out front. 80 of Trippy 2nd, the 88 of Trippy 3rd, and a good battle for both Gelinas playing the inside. Oh, Jimmy Kuhn, but Kuhn slams the door.
Kuhn having a very good run here today in the number 72 car. He started out the season in the 01 Ford that is now being piloted by Rick Hanito.
Well, Rick was up to lead last Saturday and Sunday and ended up destroying a motor, and he was unable to make it. Gelinas a little high off that 4th corner. It looks like he may be having some handling problems late in the race.
Well, I'll tell you, Rick Martin is just so strong today. It looks like he is going to be untouchable unless something was to break. But he is running a dynamite race, and the Trippy men are right there also.
The father and son trading bumper packs as Bobby Tripp trying to hold off Dad.
He's grounded.
And Rick Martin continues to pull away. Jimmy McCallum pulls that number 2 into the pit area.
Martin is still your leader. Then it's Trippy, Kuhn, Gelinas, Kohler, and Pellin. The 2 buddies there battling for position on the speedway.
It looks like Gelinas may have a problem. We've got a problem off the 4th corner too, President. Well, it looks like the 30X and the 21X. That's a 30X of Todd Henshaw.
Tough to make out the yellow cars. I was going to say, ironically,
and the 21X of Poliak.
Vermont has a problem. Kohler goes around, collects Johnny. Oh, there's trouble. There's Freddie Estelle and now Joey Cirillo are involved with this. I don't know what happened, but Rick Martin didn't have the get-go on the restart just there.
Well, Rick Martin sets the pace. Bobby Tripp got a little now than on the front row. Looking for the green. It's a good start. Valrod likes what he likes. Bobby gets a good jump, but look at Johnny on the high side. Q3rd, Jelinas fourth, and oh! Kohler goes around to the back straightaway with a little bit of help from Charlie Rose. The 96 of David Hutchins is in the infield. He's got a problem. Kohler was able to get going on his own. It's a dad and son battle up front. It's the 80 of Bobby out front, the 88 of Johnny second. Hutchins gets refired. He'll try to rejoin the field. Bobby out front, Johnny looking low, side by side. And look at the 12, Bobby Pellin Jr. moving up to the 5th spot, dropping Jelinas back to 6th.
What a good run right now for Bobby Pellin. He is all the way up to 4th. It's Trippy, Kuhn, Pellin, and Jelinas, your top 5.
Well, that car's going away on Jelinas, and he worked his way quick to the front. He may have used up the tires on that N80.
Bobby Gahan now making a strong run towards the top 5. Gahan is now onto the Jelinas. Jelinas must be losing some tire on that car.
That's a tough break for the Scarborough 88 of all the way down. It was a great run he had.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Rick Martin has enough to come through the back of the pack, because up front, Bobby Tripp continues to lead his dad, Johnny Tripp. Jimmy Kuhn runs 3rd. Bobby Pellin 4th. And Jimmy Rosenfield 5th. Remember early on, Kevin, Bobby Pellin earlier in the year was having a very, very strong run in one of the 100-lap races until he had an electrical problem or an ignition problem that put his efforts down for the day.
Oh, he was very dejected after that race. Came back 2 weeks later and said, I could have won that race. Tonight I'm going to win, and he did just that. Went from green to checker and won his only pro soccer race event. He is the 93 Sportsman Champion.
Right now, the man to watch on the move is Bobby Gahan in the number 50, the Nesson-sponsored number 50, sitting outside of Rosenfield, trying to go by.
Charlie Rose has some problems on the right front. The right front fender is in the tires. You can see that car smoking. He's losing positions fast. Freddie Estelle has gone by. Steve Channing trying to get by. And Mike Bowman right behind.
Right now, the 80 and the 88 have to contend with a couple of lap cars. The 96 of Hutchins and the 30X of Henshaw. Bobby Tripp has got past Henshaw. Now he's set his sights on Hutchins, trying to clear the way to give him some running room up front.
Well, Gahan is flying. He may be one of the fastest cars out on the track now, but he's got about a straightaway between him and your race leader, Bobby Tripp. Less than 30 laps remain. Don't think he can do it without a caution. He's praying for one. He needs something.
It is Bobby Tripp out front. He is opening up the lead on his dad, Johnny, in the 88. This reminds me of the years back in the 100 lappers when Vinny had his 2 cars here with the 11 and the 12, and they were always running 1-2 in the 100 lap as well. It's changed a little, and now it's Bobby and Johnny Tripp.
Well, the faces and the names have changed, but the situation hasn't tonight. The black flag is coming out next time by. That's going to be for the number 91 of Charlie Rose, the right front wheel on that fender. That could be a problem. What they're trying to do is prevent him from blowing the right front tire and getting into an accident, possibly taking out another car. Look at Bobby Gahan. He's up to 4. He's going around the 12 of Bobby Pellin. He is flying, but he needs a caution. He's only got a handful of laps remaining before the race is over, and he's only got 3 cars ahead of him. He sits 4th, and now looks to the outside of Jimmy Kuhn with the lap car of Todd Henshaw is right there.
Yep, Gahan is on the move, but I'll tell you, Bobby Tripp has quite an advantage right now, so it's going to be enough to catch him. Does he have enough to pass him?
Well, it's going to be enough to catch Jimmy Kuhn and get by him. I don't think he's got enough to catch you front two.
Right now, Charlie Rose and Vinny Hu make their way into the pits. Your leader is still the 80 of Bobby Tripp.
Okay, and looking to the high side of Jimmy Kuhn. He's got the outside lead figured out this week tonight. He's won here before the 100 lappers, so it's not a strange place for the New Hampshire native. Looking to the outside of Jimmy Kuhn for that 3rd spot. Gahan is trying. Started way back in the field in 26th spot. He had to start again towards the back. And look at the battle behind him. Larry Gelinas on the inside of Rich Caparco in the 30X with Freddie Estelle right in tow.
Bobby Gahan has now worked his way by Jimmy Q, and he is in third. Bobby Gahan is up to third. It's Trippy Gahan.
And this
then it's Jimmy Q.
Well, this time by just 10 laps remaining. Bobby Tripp has been here before last year. Does not want a question, does not need a question, as he is absolutely dominant right now. Bobby Tripp all the way out front. Johnny sits second, Gahan up to third spot. Kuhn and the 12 will come and run on the top 5. Gelinas with a great run sixth. With its 44 of Rosenfield, Estelle, Caparco, and the 23 of Channing rounding off the top 10.
What a race this has turned out to be. The Trippy boys are still doing a great job, and Bobby Gahan is going to be one of the fastest pro stocks on the speedway right now. Jimmy Kuhn has done a dynamite job, and the rookie Bobby Pellet holding on to a top 5. What a good run for the 12 car of Bobby Pellet right now. Your leader is still Bobby Tripp. He has opened up the lead over his dad in the 88. Bobby Tripp working the track all over the place.
So Bobby Tripp looking to lap a few more cars before this race is over. But he needs to take it easy. Just 7 laps remain for the Westport, Mass native. He's got the 43 of Kenny Kohler in his sights, but he knows he's got the instincts. He's got a big lead over the rest of the field. This time by 6 remain for Bobby Tripp in that number 80 car. He's saying, Rick Martin, you may have won the championship, but I'm winning the big money tonight.
Trippy comes up. He's running into some lap traffic. He has to work his way through the lap traffic right now. He has a bunch of cars set up right there. Kenny Kohler gets a little squirrely. That must make Bobby's heart jump a little.
This time by 2 to go. 2 laps remaining. It's the possible 6-wheel leader, Bobby Tripp in the number 8. He's got 5 lap cars in front of him, all battling for position. He's got to tread lightly where he is. 2 laps to go. No, we've got a spin. Martin goes around off the second corner. And will this be a repeat of last year? But remember, the lapped cars stay where they are.
See what he can do right now as they come out of 4. The green is dropped. Bobby gets to jump on all of them as they go into turns 1 and 2.
We'll get Gahan right there, Johnny on the outside. Gahan in third. Side by side they go. This time by, it's the Bosco 6-2 to go. Gahan looking underneath Johnny Tripp, a little sideways off the corner. And Trippy gets the advantage, and oh, Channing and Estelle get together off the second corner on the line.
As they go into turns 1 and 2, neck and neck, Bobby Gahan trying to knock on Trippy's bumper, but Trippy pulls away. The white flag is waving for Trippy as he takes a little advantage from his dad in the 88.
The last lap, 1 and 2 for the final time down the back straightaway. Johnny trying to make a last-ditch effort, and look at the jump he gets in the corners. 3 and 4, here they come. It's a dead heat off the corner, and it's going to be...
Wow, what a race between the Trippy men.
I can tell you, it's a Tripp that won. It's a number, it begins with an 8, it's a red car.
Who is the victor?
Well, Bobby Tripp dominated towards the end of the race. Johnny Tripp dominated the beginning, and Johnny got a great jump on the last start.
They're pointing to Bobby Tripp's car.
And they're pointing to...
And your winner,
checkered flag unfurls.
in the number 80, is Bobby Tripp. What a way to end the season, I'll tell you. These 2 Trippy men put on quite a show, and the victor is Bobby Tripp.
Well, taking down win number 5. If this had come 3 weeks ago, we might have a new point champion.
Now that the fireworks
And taking down the win out of Westport, Mass. In the New England Sanitation, Rhode Island Drive Shaft, Bell Parts, Blanchett's Boutique, Grand Enterprises Excavating, Rhino Hide Racing Bodies, taking his victory lap underneath the fireworks. Your 1995 Pro Stock champion in the number 80, it's Bobby Tripp. Did that go good?
Yeah.
A chilly night.
Bobby taking his 5th win of the season here tonight, and what a win it is. Just beating Dad by about 4 inches over the line. What a way to win it.
That'll be a videotape those 2 would like to cherish for years to come. What a way to end the season. Father and son fighting it out at the line, and the youngster takes home the victory.
That may be the changing of the guards in the Tripp family. Bobby just edging out Dad over the line. Tiggs DeGear, he's going to be one happy car owner. His car's finishing first and second in this open competition. And again, they beat out the best. They beat out Bobby Gahan, Larry Gillette, Jimmy Kuhn, all the outsiders. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Your 5th annual DAV Memorial Open Competition brought to you by Riddon Supply and Burnham Boilers winner.
100 lap pro stock over.
But wait, there's more. In just a couple of minutes, you're going to see darkness over Seekonk.
Let's hear it if you love it. So we can bring it back to you for the 1997 racing season. Don't be shy. Let Mrs. Vendetti and the family know that you love what they are doing for you. The finale for the 1996 Seekonk Speedway season. A round of applause. With a big bang for the 1996 season, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you so much. On behalf of the family of D. Anthony Vendetti for our Memorial Weekend of Racing, this is Irene Vendetti, Francis Vendetti, and the whole family here at Seekonk Speedway, the staff and management. We wish you the best through the winter of 1996. Hopefully we will see you at the banquet in January. You can call the track office to get your tickets in advance. Have a wonderful holiday season, and we will see you next year. Thank you so much, and good night.